Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, welcome to the 8th meeting of Municipal Council, May 13th. Beautiful day outside. Perhaps if we work through this meeting quickly and efficiently, we could see the sun. I'm going to start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples. We honor and respect the history, languages, culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. We acknowledge all treaties that are specific to this area: the Two-Row Wampum Belt Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Silver Covenant Chain, Beaver Hunting Grounds Treaty of the Haudenosaunee, Nanfan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the London Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabe, and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. Three Indigenous nations that are neighbors to London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and the Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations with individual and unique languages, cultures, and customs. The City of London is also committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact Council Agenda at london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. And with that, I will introduce our performer today. Ficker is a singer-songwriter and a musician from London, Ontario. And over the past 4 years, they have started performing their own live music. Ficker loves to sing, play, and listen to all genres of music, and they embrace a fluid, exploratory approach to sounds that reflect their wide-ranging musical tastes. They feel they are genreless, which is freeing, as they've always desired a space to explore music without being boxed in. Their recent influences are rooted in jazz, soul, and neo-soul, though they are still discovering how to use those sounds, how those sounds will shape the songs that they are currently writing. Ficker's music is available on streaming platforms under the name Ficker, F-I-K-E-R, with their song Heavy Hand now released. Please rise and join me in welcoming Ficker, who will now perform the national anthem for us.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, I'll now move to disclosures of pecuniary interest. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to state a pecuniary interest on the 8th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee, specifically point 2 on the council agenda, which is 2.1 from the report dealing with childcare, as my wife operates her own childcare.
Okay, others? Okay, seeing none, there'll be a bylaw associated with that too, Councillor, so we'll make sure that's pulled separately at the end. And I'll just remind colleagues, if throughout the course of the meeting you'd like a bylaw pulled separately, if you could just indicate that to the clerks, we can start the preparation of that ahead of time rather than wait and do that at the end of the meeting. Any other disclosures of pecuniary interest? No? Okay, then we'll move on to recognitions. I have no recognitions for today. I don't know if any council members do. They didn't indicate to me. Okay, nope, we'll move past that. Review of confidential matters to be considered in public. There are none. We have 2 items for council in closed session, and we'll look to move into closed session now. Look for a motion by Councillor Hopkins, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Any discussion on closed session? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Stevenson. Thank you. Closing the vote. Motion carries 15-0.
Okay, colleagues, we'll be moving to committee room 5, and so we'll do that now. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, that concludes our council in closed session. We're on to confirmation and signing of the previous minutes. We have the minutes from the meeting of April 22nd, 2025. I'll look for a mover and seconder. Councillor Cuddy moved, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. Any discussion on the minutes? All right, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Okay, communications petitions. There are a few of them. They can all be referred to different parts of the agenda. So I'll look to someone to make a motion to do that. Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. Any discussion on the referral of those items? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Trosso? You can also vote verbally if you'd like. Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
All right, motions to which notice is given, there are none. We're on to the report section of the agenda. First report is the 8th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. I'll just note for the chair that Councillor Van Meerbergen requires number 2 to be separate, and I'll let you poll for others.
Thank you, Mayor. Pleased to present the 8th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. I have 2 pulled items. That's 2.1 Child Care in Early Years Master Funding Agreement, and then item 5, 2.2 Whole of Community System Response Q1 2025 Quarterly Report. I would move 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7.
All right, would anybody like anything else dealt with separately? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd like 4 separately.
Okay, so that leaves 1, 3, 6, and 7. Everybody okay with that set? Okay, you're willing to move that then, Chair?
Yes, Sam.
Okay, so that's on the floor. Any discussion on 1, 3, 6, and 7? All right, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
I thought 6 was pulled separately. Oh, well, thank you. I apologize. I thought I heard 6 pulled separately. I had asked for 4, 5, 6
Okay,
separate.
we haven't opened the vote, so we can do that. Okay, so that means 1, 3, and 7 are left. Everybody sure 1, 3, and 7
Yep. Thank you, Mayor.
together? Okay, then Chair's willing to move that. Any discussion on those? Okay, still none. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I will put item 2, 2.1 Child Care in Early Years Master Funding Agreement on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. Is there any discussion on this one? No? Okay, then we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0, 1 recusal.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. That leaves us with item 4. That's 2.4 Program Changes to the Ontario Renovates Program as it relates to bill or number 157.
Okay, that's on the floor. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I made my points on this one at committee. It's not that I'm opposed to the program, but when I compared it to other cities, the income level is quite high here. And I did see that, I appreciated the information from staff showing that there weren't a lot of people with high income levels that were applying. But I'm uncomfortable with a program of $500,000 that, could potentially just serve 20 households when we have such a great need. I would prefer to see this program changed a little bit to lower the income threshold to, and also to limit what people can apply for. Some other cities make it structural or code enforcement such that it allows them to stay in their home versus new windows to reduce hydro bills or that kind of thing. So I won't be supporting.
Okay, any other discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Thank you, Mayor. That leaves us with the next item. That's item 5, 2.2 for the report, Whole of Community System Response, Q1 2025 Quarterly Report.
All right, I will look for speakers on this. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I circulated an amendment just prior to council. It's just a small one that adds in the online reports and the policies onto our dashboard. I can read it out. So it's in Part B.
Yes, please. Please do. If it wasn't on the added agenda, reading it out is good for the public who hear it.
Yep, so in Part B, there's just an addition after the dashboard that says the online dashboard, which would include detailed reports on homelessness in the city and the city's approved policies in a format similar to that used, well, actually, it says by the city of Hamilton, but I thought it was coming with the city of Simcoe per the deputy city manager's comment, for the information of both council and the public. So the intention was just to have reports and policies added to the dashboard.
Okay, I need to look for a seconder for that. Councillor Hillier is willing to second. Okay, so that's on the floor for discussion, moved and seconded. We'll get that up on the screen. I think it's up now. And I'll look for debate. Did you want to do your?
Sure, I'll just explain that in looking around at what other cities are doing, and I shared some of them, Hamilton has a 9-page report weekly on encampments. I'm not asking for that. They do a 10-page monthly report. Again, not asking for that, but looking for something to be included in this dashboard that would provide weekly updates or reports for council and for the public. The city of Hamilton has all of their policies online, which I said in the letter that I attached to the agenda. I think it would be really great. I get a lot of questions about why people have been restricted from certain agencies, what some of the rules are there, and it would be great to have a resource to refer them to, as well as agencies from other cities or people who have started up new agencies who might like to come in and support us in this crisis, that they could look and see how we operate, what the policies are, and possibly be able to participate in the future. So it was just a small tweak to say, there's nothing locked in. It's a request that when they're building the dashboard, that they consider how we can incorporate reports of whatever frequency and our current policies.
Other speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Trousseau and Councillor Preble.
I'd be happy to accept an amendment to clarify what we're asking staff to do, but I don't really understand the scope of what the additional information is. And I know that a lot of additional information was put in our packet. I would have appreciated sort of clearer language here. Detailed reports on homelessness in the city and cities approved policies in a format similar to, now you're referring to something extrinsic. I would need a little bit more clarity on this, and I'd ask the chair, maybe he could clarify too, but I'm not happy with this language. So unless this is cleaned up a little bit, I probably would vote no unless somebody can explain what this means. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't want to allow cross debate on this, but I'll go to Councillor Stevenson for just the clarification piece for the councillor, if you're willing to respond to him, and I can go to our staff too, and if you've had discussions with them, they could also clarify, so.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to. I did run this past staff and the clerk's office, and the idea was to leave it vague and see what staff come back with and not be too specific in the direction, but to just point that something, to have reports and policies in addition to the dashboard was something that was being requested. So it was non-specific on purpose to see what staff have internally that they might be able to post or easily create.
Okay, I'll look to other speakers. Councillor Ferreira, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a chance to review this about 30 minutes ago, so I do have some questions I'd like to ask for staff. So from what I see, looks like the amendment here is for the Q2 of 2025, once we get that report back for the dashboard, to overview the content and rollout of the plan itself. Is that first part? Just kind of looking at the councillor, is that, I don't want to do a cross debate, just give me a thumbs up if that, okay. And then I'm also seeing to include detailed reports and approved policies, so I see that too. So I just want to go to staff. From what I understand, I do know that our policies are online, and some of the reports we'd be able to find in the agendas and meeting section on the city website. So I just wanted to go to staff and see if they can speak to that and maybe clarify how, if we can plug those in together.
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. Just a quick alteration while I have the microphone. It would be the county of Simcoe, not city of Simcoe. As far as the dashboard's envisioned, like other communities, to be very numbers and data driven. In conversations with our policy and research folks under Ms. Smith's area, they would not envision including policies and reports under a dashboard that's supposed to be more living, breathing, more dynamic. And in conversations with the communications department, they've indicated we already have on the city website a council policies link. We also have policies and reports related to whole of community on our city website under health and homelessness. And we also have our housing stability action plan listed on our website as well. Given homelessness policies or council policies in general tend not to change too fluidly unless there's a council policy review process, which is happening shortly through committee. Putting static reports or static policies on a dashboard may not be a good fit. We could certainly provide links to other parts of the city website, however.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that answer. I do want to see the dashboard be a little focused on just the data and the stats themselves. I do see what the councillor is asking for, and I do like the suggestion of maybe links to other areas in the city website that we could maybe refer for policies and reports. I do like that idea. If I wouldn't want to support this motion as it is now because I don't want to, I guess, just put too much information in there. I wanted to focus, I do want the dashboard to focus on just the detail, the stats and the details and the data. But just going back to staff, would you need a motion to plug in those links to refer to the other areas of the city website for policies or reports?
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
What I may suggest through you, your worship, is that you'll see, yes, we can provide hyperlinks. We don't need direction to do that. We'll link in all of the work that we do. And some of those links will be to Mr. Feldberg's area, Mr. Mathers' area around roadmaps and to affordable housing, things like that. So it gives an overall picture. And I think the report back that we have to do in Q2 is going to give you that scope and that rollout timeline, which you'll be able to then see as part of the scope work that you're about to direct us to go to do. We can reflect back in the scope what we will hyperlink and what we won't.
Yeah, and for the councillor, like, you could also, we're on an amendment, you could also just amend it to say, and the city's approved policies / or links to them. It would give staff flexibility to come back. It's still coming back to committee for discussion, but if you're looking to make a change, you could just move that as an amendment. We could probably deal with that relatively quickly.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's a good suggestion. So I would, if it's a friendly amendment, I would strike out after approved policies and end the amendment from there.
So that's different. I'm saying if you're just looking for links, the option of the policies being posted or links to them in the same spot, you could just say, and the city's approved policies, kind of / or links to them, comma, in a format similar to that used by, like the rest can stay.
Okay, that would be fine. I just don't want to have the redundancy of work, but I do want to have those links. I do think the counselor is onto something for that. I just don't want staff to do extra work, what they've done already. So I would make an amendment to read exactly what you just read.
Yeah, and Councillor Stevenson is willing to second that, so it can't be friendly, we're a council, so we actually have to go through the motions, so that is the amendment that Councillor Ferrer is putting on. Councillor Stevenson is willing to second it.
I'll second.
And I think everybody understands what it is. Do we need any debate on this? No? Okay, we're gonna open the amendment to the amendment for voting, which is for staff, and then we'll get back to the amendment after it's been changed. Okay, that's up for voting now. This is on the amendment to the amendment.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, so now we're back to the amendment, which includes the change to it. There's no amendment of the amendment, it's just the amendment with the change. So that'll be reflected in the system and we can continue debate on that. And maybe we're done. So if we're done, oh no, wait, I had Councillor Pribble next and then I'll add
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Dickens already answered some of my questions, but I was just going to say, I do like both proposals. When I went straight up for both proposals, what Hamilton and County of Simcoe, what they do. But again, I don't want to tie only to these two. So if the staff is aware of some other ones, let's learn from the best. And if there are certain parts from other cities, please don't just limit yourself to this county and to this city. And when I discussed it last week with the staff, I think potentially this also could be incorporated, these links, hyperlinks, into the drop downs when we discuss the tables, etc. I see the nod from Mr. Dickens. I'm not going to take any more time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. We're just on the main motion now?
We're on Councillor Stevens' amendment, which now includes the link piece.
I'll wait till the main motion.
Okay. Anybody else on Councillor Stevenson's amendment? Which is, yes, Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Personally, I was waiting for committee to see what staff came back with. I appreciate the research, a lot to process, more of a data dump from all the different municipalities, especially looking not to create more work for staff and not knowing how the different areas can flow into a certain report. So just being really mindful of not being too prescriptive of how we want that to look, not knowing how the metrics behind the scenes will flow into certain systems.
Okay. Any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, so this is the amendment as it was changed to add the hyperlinks piece, and we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Okay, now I need a mover for the as amended motion. You're willing to do that, Councillor Ferrer? Okay, seconded by Councillor Hillier. So this is the as amended full main motion now, and I'll open the speakers list. I have Councillor Rahman first.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you can call these separately, and I just want to speak to A.
So you want A and B separately. C is the staff report be received. Can C be attached to something so we can make that a little more efficient?
Absolutely.
Which one do you want it attached to? Or do you care?
B.
Okay, so we'll do A, and then we'll do B and C when we vote, but we'll just debate the whole thing. So go ahead.
Thank you. And I just wanted to speak to A. So I won't be supporting discontinuing the whole of community system response quarterly reports at this time. I personally find it very helpful to receive this information. I think the community expects that we will be having these conversations on a quarterly basis around some of the directions that are undertaken by the whole of community, but also how we as council have a role to play within those discussions. So I won't be supporting that portion of the report. I think that we can receive this communication back and the content that's in this new dashboard that we'll be receiving. And I think that the dashboard could actually add a lot of value to the conversations that we could have at committee. And for that reason, I'm asking my colleagues not to support the discontinuation.
Okay, and again, we'll vote on A separate from B and C. So, but we'll continue debate on the whole as amended motion. Anyone else? Yeah, Councillor Stevenson on the as amended motion.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not going to be supporting A either. I do agree that the public does expect us to check in and talk about the crisis in our city and what we're doing to address it on at least a quarterly basis. So I'm not going to be supporting A. And the idea of replacing it with the dashboard, I do think the dashboard is a value add, and I'm looking forward to having that as well. But we do get to talk about the numbers that we have and making sure that the numbers mean something to the public and to council. Because when we have a report that says there's 90 people living unsheltered, and we spoke about it at committee and that it's not really 90 people, it's 90 who haven't accessed services in a certain amount of time. But how many people are out there, even as a ballpark, is really important. And the estimate that staff gave at committee was somewhere between 90 and 600. But I am repeatedly out with social service agencies on panel discussions for documentary films and the like, where they are saying there are 2,000. And I, rebut that and say, we've asked city staff and they say it's not 2,000, but we've got agencies within our whole of community system response saying that our numbers aren't accurate. And so one of the things I'd like to see come out of this dashboard is agreed upon numbers within reason. You know what I mean? Like that we're speaking with one voice to the public, and I'm not in the position of, trying to defend these numbers. The other issue when we issue reports that say there's 90 people living unsheltered is we just spent 1.3 million on support services. And then we get emails from the public saying, you seem to be, it seems like a lot of services for 90 people. So I'm hoping through the dashboard and continued quarterly reports, we can have a bit more clarity to give the public. And I would like to see more information. The Hamilton was quite eye-opening to see 9-page reports weekly in a very timely basis and 10-page monthly reports. Like I said, I don't know that we need that kind of detail, but to have numbers between 90 and 600, and then what would be on the dashboard? 90? Would it be the 600? It'll be an interesting conversation when it comes forward in Q2 2025. In the meantime, I hope council doesn't support canceling the quarterly reports.
Sorry, Mr. Dickens, you had some context to add?
Absolutely, Your Worship. Happy to provide some clarification. The numbers that are being used, the City of London undertakes annually as a requirement to do a point-in-time count. Our most recent point-in-time count identified 315 people living unsheltered. The number 2,000, which it is less than 2,000, it's not a far cry from 2,000, but less than 2,000 people are on our by name list. So the councillor may be misconstruing or misrepresenting the figures or getting false information, but there's close to, it's less than 2,000 people on our by name list, but our most recent official point-in-time count lists about 315 people living unsheltered. So just want to provide some clarification for any discussions.
All right, sorry? Yeah.
Well, just saying, I hadn't misconstrued anything. I just want to just
Okay.
clarify if I can.
I don't think that's, I'm not sure that's what Mr. Dickens was suggesting. I think he was talking about the information. That was how I took it, I didn't take it as something against you.
Well,
So,
my point is that the agencies are misconstruing the information, not me. I'm presenting what I've been told through administration.
okay,
So that was my point.
appreciate that, okay. I have Councillor Pribble on the list.
Thank you. Originally, when I saw this in front of us, I wasn't very much supportive of it either. But then I had as I mentioned a few minutes ago, I had a lengthy conversation with our staff, and we talked about how things can be actually more live, more up-to-date results, quicker, and through the drop-downs, etc., from the current proposed report. So I will be supporting it because actually I believe that the reports, as we talked about, will be more beneficial to us and to Londoners as well. And if we want to schedule or if we can put it on the agenda on quarterly basis, we can. But I honestly don't see a reason why the information from what's proposed to us would be every 3 months, cut and paste, and actually the cut and paste would be more outdated than the live information. So therefore, first I wasn't sure, but after the lengthy conversation, we had a great conversation last week, I will be supporting it. And then if what's come back to us, if I don't feel or if we don't feel it's not sufficient, or if we need some more flexibility, more up to date, we can discuss it then. But right now, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
I think Councillor Ferrer, you had your hand up, and then I have Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm hoping for support for this. You know, the current reporting structure does, as was said here, provide static snapshots quarterly, and usually they're out of date. And just the environment that we're working in is ever dynamic, ever changing, and I find myself having to go back to answer inquiries from constituents or any type of information going back to static reports that are outdated by the time that I provide those numbers, and I always have to give a little disclaimer saying this came from the last report and the numbers are probably different. And usually the conversation that we're having are clearly is a conversation that is occurring because the numbers are different from the report. And I find it difficult to be able to provide that information. The goal for this is that up to date, as up to date as possible, to give those the information, the dynamics, the flow of what we see outside. And usually I would like to have a conversation that is conductive to find a solution or a resolve. And I usually find myself just kind of informing residents or constituents, informing of the information that I have at hand. And I usually, you know, the conversation gets stalled there because it's really an information session when I would actually like to have an actual discussion about what are possible things that we could do to alleviate some of the pressures that we have, or what are some of the ideas that we do to make things better. So the reason that this dashboard is so important is because it's able to give that information to the fingertips of everybody who accesses the portal at any time of day when they want, ad hoc, whenever they want. And usually what I would think is when you have a constituent armed with that information, they come with, you know, that thought before they even engage with council of ideas or anything that they may come to mind before they have that conversation. So all of a sudden we are getting ideas, we're getting information that we could then discuss there, and I do believe that would really advance the conversation much quicker than we have right now. So this is really kind of the main core point that we're really trying to bring here with this dashboard. So I do hope that you support that. When it comes to reports and speaking to those items at council, you know, this report, we're having it come back in Q2. There's going to be time for discussion on that. And I would also say that there are items that come to council when it comes to our health and homelessness that we can speak to these items, and that dashboard will give us that information to speak to those items too. So there's no opportunities that are going to be lost. It's just a matter of getting aside from the static snapshots that we get and kind of really fitting into just the dynamics, the flow, and how fast things can move on the ground. It would really give us a tool that gives us the ability to keep pace, to keep up with how things are changing, you know, when it comes to our health and homelessness. So I do hope that I can get your support for that item on the report.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to start with a very simple question through you to staff. The ending the quarterly reports does not mean that if a significant change is proposed by the whole of community response, that report would not still come to council. That, you know, we're only removing the quarterly updates, not any significant changes that come forward from our whole of community response tables. Just want to make sure the staff can confirm that.
Mr. Dickens.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Thank you. So I appreciate that, and I will be supporting this. I'm not going to repeat everything that both Councillor Pribble and Councillor Ferreira said. I agree with them. I'll leave that piece to that. For me, the other piece to this is that I actually believe it's time that we start looking at how the whole of community response is structured and whether there are different tables that need to be starting to wind down, merged into other table work, reconfiguring how this looks, because we've received a plan. We've started to implement the plan. I want our staff, I want social service agencies working on that plan implementation. I'd like more of their time focused on that rather than on table meetings, rather than on quarterly reports to us. I'd like them actually out there doing as much as, you know, doing can reasonably done, recognizing that these things all take some time. And so that's why I'm going to support not going forward with these quarterly reports. I do like the dashboard idea. I'm also going to say I agree with Councillor Ferreira on one thing, and that's why I didn't ask to pull item 7 on the quick communities, because I want to be careful on how much we're layering on staff and how much, like how many reports they can reasonably get back to us, frankly, within the remaining session of this term of council. I mean, we're a year away from the election starting, so I want to be careful that we're getting reports back before our time here is even done. So for me, as we come up with ideas like the quick communities, I would prefer that staff have some time to investigate, work on those, come back to us rather than just generating quarterly reports, which, as the point has been made, are really kind of out of date snapshots in time by the time we receive them. I like the more dynamic dashboard approach. I think, and I appreciate Mr. Dickens circulating some examples from a couple of other communities. I've had a chance to take a look. I think it makes a lot of sense to have the data available that way. I think it's much easier to digest, not just for us, but for the public as well. When we look at the quarterly reports that we receive, I don't think that they're necessarily easily digestible by the public at large. That's just a function of the job we do, the way that the process has to be worked out, and reports have to be generated to us. So I'm much more comfortable with having a more dynamic dashboard rather than static paper reports. So be supporting this very strongly.
Okay, any other speakers to the overall motion? Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. Through the mayor, question to staff. I know as part of the funding that was approved for outreach, there was requests obviously for technology, tablets, and I'm just wondering in terms of the data collection, are we going to be having that data fed in live through what will be collected in the field?
Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through your worship, I appreciate the question from the councillor. The information that is submitted by agencies we have contracts with are a requirement of our service contract, and they utilize our HIFIS database, which is a cloud-based software that helps us keep track of the numbers of people experiencing homelessness in our community.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, and through the mayor. Yeah, I mean, to what has already been said by a number of folks, I'm looking for more of a live snapshot in terms of what's going on throughout the city. I think having that data available to Londoners will be invaluable in terms of not only for their awareness, but also guiding our decision making. So thank you.
Any other speakers? I'll just add in reference to a comment the Deputy Mayor made as one of the individuals who sits on the SAT team, the review of the structure of SAT is actually occurring now with the idea that it would be reformulated around the lines that you mentioned with more implementation, less policy development, given policies are already been approved by council. So I anticipate those reports will come back on what that structure looks like in the future. But certainly the SAT team is thinking along the same lines as your comments as well. Any other? Oh, there were no other speakers, so we'll open it for voting then. And well, we're going to divide this in the way that Councilor Rahman requested, so we'll do Part A first. Part A will be first, and we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-4.
And then the remainder, which is Part B and C, which C is just to receive the staff report. We'll open that for voting.
Councilor Trosso? Voting yes, closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, that concludes that item. Back to the chair.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one more item to go. That's item 6, or 2.5 for the report, the approval of the template contribution agreement for affordable housing projects. I'll put that on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for comments from colleagues. Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you. I have one small amendment to AIII, and I've submitted it to the clerk just as this council started. It's after contribution agreements that it just say for affordable housing projects. So just specifying the contribution agreement that's part of this motion.
Sorry, we're just getting the language that you emailed just after one there. So I think everybody understands what the change is. I'll look for a seconder for that. Deputy Mayor Lewis is willing to second. Okay, did you want to make some comments now? Will we get that up on the screen for you?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted the clarity on here that it's come with the contribution agreement that we're approving for the affordable housing. And I just wanted the clarity that it's being the one that is part of this motion is the one that's being used.
Deputy Mayor, you would like to speak to this as well? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I was willing to second this to get it on the floor because I want to have the opportunity to ask staff a couple questions. So through you, I just want to go to whether it's Ms. McNeely or Mr. Felberg to confirm that this language doesn't pose any sort of, it's quite technical, but that it doesn't pose any immediate challenge to moving forward. So I'll start with that question.
Mr. Felberg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So the report before you today is really seeking approval for 6 contribution agreements for affordable housing. So this is not an issue at all. We should be able to move forward to execute those agreements and take the steps necessary to get the funding out to those particular providers.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for that, Mr. Felberg, and through you, Your Worship. Just a follow up to that. Because I'm cognizant as well with my role with LMCH as well and where we were with baseline. And I know that there were a number of moving parts there. Like, I'm not saying this is anyone's particular bailiwick, but should something change, should these contribution agreements not come forward in the way that fits our template, you would, I'm assuming through you, Your Worship, staff would come back to council for approvals to any modifications or changes that would be needed outside the standard template.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, so things that we would typically come back for would be the amount that we're providing incentive for, the depth of affordability, the period of affordability. If a proponent didn't want to use the wait list, if they wanted to do that, we'd come back to council and seek direction on how we take next steps moving forward.
Thank you. and through you, your worship. That's for staff, that's all the questions I have. Just want to say that I think it's valuable because we have had a couple of bumps in the road where things have had to be adjusted. Again, that's not on any one individual. All of these projects are also different. They're not all cut and paste carbon copies. And so hearing that if there were significant changes, staff would be coming back to us, and that we have this template in place and this is not going to hold up getting the money out the door. I'm supportive of just making that technical adjustment to the recommendation, just to provide some clarity.
Go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. And through the mayor, just for a point of clarification, because I know we had a discussion at committee, but just hoping that conversations were had with St. Vincent de Paul in terms of their affordable housing project, and we've been able to come to some sort of resolution, or that that's still being worked on.
I just want to make sure that's part of this report. Yes? Okay, go ahead then.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, absolutely. We provided communication to council that the main concern that St. Vincent de Paul had was with the wait list. We met with them with our colleagues in social and health development.
Point of order?
Sorry, Mr. Feldberg. Are we discussing the whole report as a whole or just the amendment that's on the floor? I was on the speaker's list for the amendment.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. This is the amendment. It seems like a great main motion question. So if you want, I'll put you back on the speaker's list for the main motion. That's a good point. We're on the amendment. Mr. Feldberg, kind of keep those thoughts in your head because I'm sure you can anticipate a question when we get to the main motion. And we're just sticking to the amendment, which is just the addition of the language. Anyone else want to speak to that? Councillor Pelosi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Overall, don't have a concern with this. Just my interpretation, if we're discussing approval of the template contribution agreement for affordable housing projects, that one wouldn't have to get explicit throughout any motions through the report that you're still talking about the report of affordable housing projects. Is this anticipated to be the new norm going forward? I guess through staff, would you find this helpful in any motion that you brought for direct staff, that it would tie in the title of each report into a motion? This feels like wordsmithing on the floor of tying stuff back into the report and just looking to see if this can become standard practice, and this is what we can expect at each committee and council meeting.
Well, I don't think staff would comment on the second part of your comments, but I think on the first part about if this is helpful, clear. Okay, I don't have any comments on that. So you've made comments and you can continue if you like.
Yeah, thank you. When I receive a staff report, I always assume if we're talking about affordable housing that throughout the report and the motions, we're talking about affordable housing. So that's more my concern of where we go with all these changes through it. And
okay. Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to take too long because Councillor Pelosi kind of touched on some of my points. I do hear that staff is saying they don't see any issues with this, and I can see that the title itself does say affordable housing projects, and in the motion, I guess preamble into the motion does say recommendation to the Deputy City Manager and Community Growth, the following actions be taken with respect to et cetera, and then it ends with the approval of the template contribution agreement for affordable housing projects. So we do have it explicitly mentioned in the motion as it stands right now. So I'll leave my comments there, but it is in the motion from the recommendation from committee.
Okay, any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, then we're opening the vote on the amendment.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-3.
Okay, I need a mover for the as amended motion. Councillor Ferreira and seconded by Councillor Cuddy. All right, so this is everything with the amendment in it. Any discussion on that? Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. Through the mayor, apologies. Repeating the same question to Mr. Feldberg.
Go ahead, Mr. Feldberg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, we have met with St. Vincent de Paul. We've had a conversation through our social and health development team about how to align the wait list. One of the things we will be working with St. Vincent de Paul to do is they have a wait list of about 4,000 people right now. We're going to look to align that to our own wait lists and see where there's overlap, which is something we're seeing very frequently when we're working in this space and working with wait lists. So shouldn't be any concerns, and it seems that they are quite receptive to move forward with this, and we'll be able to get that housing built.
Okay, thanks. Any other speakers? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Through you to staff on AII, where it says right below approving the template, we authorize the deputy city manager or their designate to approve amendments to the contribution agreement. I'm not wanting to support that, and I'm just wondering through you to staff if there's any reason why we really need to have that in there.
Go ahead, Mr. Fehlberg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So a lot of the work that we've done on delegations, very similar to the work that we've done with groups like Vision Soho. We're looking to create that administrative efficiency so that we can respond to different elements of the development process. There's a number of agreements that come up from other organizations like CMHC who we do have to apply, and if we were to need to take every report and every agreement back to council, it could be a 4 to 6 week wait before we can actually execute some of these agreements and get some of that work and get the projects moving. So the delegation really gives us that flexibility to make those changes on the fly. We have direction from you on the big picture items, like the wait list, like the depth of affordability, and we work with our legal department as well to ensure that we're not overstepping as civic administration, and they provide us guidance on when we need to bring things back to council.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Through you to staff, could I just have a couple of examples of what amendments would be that you would see as covered under II?
Mr. Fehlberg, I don't know if you have that available right now, but if you can, give an example, go ahead.
Sure. So those are some of those things that I talked about before when the deputy mayor asked. So it'd be things like the wait list. If a proponent wasn't going to take folks off the wait list, could be the depth of affordability. So more than 80%, like a 90% AMR. It could be the period of affordability. So currently we look for a 25-year period for our contribution agreements. And it could also be the type of incentive that we're providing. Currently, it's a forgivable loan. If somebody wanted a grant, we would want to come back to get direction from council on things like that.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So it wouldn't include a switch to the highly supportive housing contribution agreement.
Mr. Fehlberg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So in discussion with our legal department, that is part of the delegation, so we would be able to add that highly supportive component to the affordable housing contribution agreement. If council would prefer to be able to have a chance to look at that agreement, we're happy to bring that back as an amendment at a future Community and Protective Services meeting and let you make a decision on that in the future.
Councillor Stevenson.
I understand the issues that we're facing at 122 baseline. And understanding that there are significant issues and concerns surrounding the two highly supportive housing buildings that we have right now. For us to say to our communities that we've approved a template on affordable housing that could be, through delegated authority, converted to highly supportive housing for those with high acuity, severe mental health and addictions, I think is something that the public would want their councillors to have a say in prior to that switch. So, you know, there gets to be a way of allowing staff to make minor changes, but not major amendments like that, that regardless of legal advice, that the public would consider to be a major amendment. So, you know, the reason I changed III was to be sure that it was the affordable housing component, which would not, or contribution agreement, which would not prohibit it to be highly supportive housing, but that it would not be that agreement where it's locked into our highly supportive housing plan. So, through you to staff, are we better to vote, no, that's not the right question. Could we put how does staff feel about an amendment on here that says, tenancy profiles and highly supportive housing would be excluded from this amendment?
Yeah, so I don't think asking staff how they feel about something is an appropriate way to go, but you could ask,
Okay,
is
so
that possible
like,
to do
well,
that? Yeah.
well, anything's possible, right? So I'm asking, do they see that as a significant issue? Or if I make that amendment where I say any changes to tenancy profiles or the addition of highly supportive or supportive housing of any kind is not included in II, is that problematic?
Mr. Felber, go ahead and take a shot at it if you like.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So in the case of St. Vincent de Paul, for example, the wait list is exactly what the proponents are looking for a bit of. They're looking for support from the municipality, from the service manager as us managing that list. They want to be able to influence that in order to create the population or the community that they're supporting in their buildings. So the type of building that the CMHA is providing, it is providing supports, it is providing a depth of affordability. The model in which they use, they're currently repurposing funding from different parts of their other organization and to support that. So how we move forward with that, it's really something that the proponent should be able to make a decision on and move forward with on their own, and with our support taking from the wait list.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'm going to move an amendment that says at the end of II, not including changes to tenancy profile or supportive or highly supportive supports.
Is there a seconder for that? Okay, Councillor Rahman seconding it. All right, so that's on the floor for discussion. Go ahead and start your debate, Councillor Stevenson.
The highly supportive housing that we know the city needs, how it's being operated, and the focus of the harm reduction model, the allowing people to do drugs in their room, the not encouraging or requiring recovery in any way, we get to evaluate it. It's coming through the audit. It'll be done that way, but we also get to, we said that we would evaluate and course correct where required. And I really think that to allow delegated authority to apply a highly supportive housing plan that has not yet been evaluated by a third party, it's been evaluated by the agency that runs it. I think we need public input on this. I think we need to have consideration. And so all I'm asking for here is that we just not allow that to be delegated, that it comes through to council. And to say that it takes 4 to 6 weeks, we saw what happened with CCLC. We were able to do emergency meetings and get that approved and ensure that they didn't miss out on that funding and the housing that we desperately need. So it's possible to do it. I think that this is something that impacts neighborhoods to a strong degree, and it's something that they would want to be public and not for us to find out in the manner in which we did 122 baseline, which is when there are problems, or even longer when there's an audit done of it. So I'm asking that all this is doing is saying that council and the public get to be aware of changes to the tenancy profile and the supportive and highly supportive housing. That's all that this does.
Other speakers? Oh, Councillor Ferreira, sorry, I had you on the list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. You had me for the other, before the amendment, but I do want to speak to this, so thank you. For an item like this, there was a lot of work that went behind the scenes with this, and I wouldn't be comfortable making a big decision. This is a big decision at the council chambers right now. I think that any discussion like this needs to be thoroughly had, and we're not going to be able to have it right now, especially if we don't have any reports to inform ourselves. I do want to go to staff about the evaluation for highly supportive housing and potential agencies or who makes that evaluation.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I'm wondering if we could potentially get some clarification on exactly what it is from the counselor, the tenant profile that they're looking to achieve. And then I'm wondering if maybe Mr. Dickens might be able to help provide a little clarity on the tenant selection process. It might be something that we should, as you said, expand a little bit more on.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Felberg's looking for some support from you, Mr. Dickens, on that.
Through you, your worship, yes, the clarification on defining tenant profile would be helpful, I think, in this situation. Often the funding source, the funder, drives the tenant profile. So for CMHC, the Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation, or through the National Housing Strategy, or through provincial dollars, it often comes with requirements on a tenant profile and a mix of tenants, which include people of Indigenous background, people of color, people with mental health and addictions, and those that are homeless. So if those are the requirements of the funders, we would just want to understand where there is alignment or misalignment with council direction. It could put us at odds with receiving the funding.
Councilor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's what I'm worried about, that point and other points too. I just, for an item like this, I would not be supporting this right now. We need, we would need definitely a more thorough conversation. We would need information back. I am understanding that staff, you know, you're limited on your resources as it is, and I know you put a lot of work into this template contribution agreement. And you were looking to streamline things and kind of move a little bit faster and provide the flexibility. I do see this as a counter to that, so I wouldn't be supportive of this at the moment.
I have Councilor Trosar next.
Thank you very much, and to the chair, very briefly, I want to agree with Councilor Ferreira. We are just really doing committee work here. There's nothing in this template that we didn't see at committee. And I just think that once again, here we are at council, trying to put amendments on the floor that are not based on changed information, but are based on, I'm not going to try to second guess the motivations for why people want to do this. I am not willing to risk one bit anything changing that could delay this project. So I am satisfied with this template now. And Councillor McAllister raised a very good point. There was a serious point raised at committee that was dealt with. So I am not going to support any more amendments. And I would like to urge my colleagues to do committee work at committees. Thank you.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Councilor Plaza.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this amendment. Reading from the city's website, it speaks to supportive housing and such partnerships we have out there already, which would include brain injury supports, physical disability, autism spectrum disorders, different populations of the adult population, accessibility, wheelchair units. A lot of these people are then classified under needing help with supports. So I can't support this, not knowing who are going to inherently eliminate opportunities for service who need it within our community.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis, and then Councilor McAllister.
Thank you, Your Worship. So through you, question to staff. We have an affordable housing agreement template, but we also do have a highly supportive housing template. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have a highly supportive housing template, which was, the plan was approved last spring, I believe in March of 2024, or yeah, 24. And then we also have our highly supportive housing CIP, which has a template agreement as well attached to that program.
Thank you, Mr. Felberg, and like you, I still think 2004 was just last year, and it's 2024. So, so the fact that we have two templates, I will say, makes me inclined to support this, because I do think that a switch from affordable housing, which can include people with disabilities, a number of the categories that Councillor Pelosi just spoke to, could be simply affordable housing. In some cases, they would be supportive housing. But there is definitely, I think, in fairness to the residents in our community, a switch from affordable housing, which most folks think of as RGI, 80% AMR, those sorts of things, to a highly supportive housing, it is a fairly significant change. I will say I struggle a little bit more with the tenancy profiles piece, because I think that the funders probably would be working with us on the tenancy piece anyway, and we heard that with respect to the St. Vincent de Paul project, which is a great project that's coming forward. But I am inclined to think that if we're going to switch from one template to another, that should be a direction from council. So I'm going to listen to what colleagues have to say, but I'm going to be leaning towards supporting this, although I'm not entirely sure, because the tenancy profiles, I guess I'm going to ask staff for a bit of clarification here. We have our own tenancy prioritization with respect to the chronological wait list and urgent needs. And we switched that, I think we switched that in 2024 at some point too, but maybe it was fall of 2023 now. But regardless, we did make a switch and we prioritized more off the chronological list. So I just wonder if staff can clarify, when we're in the reference to tenancy profiles here, would we be interpreting that more as a change to the prioritization list, chronological versus urgent, or would we be looking at this more specifically around things like a change from seniors to women fleeing domestic violence, or at-risk youth, or as we see at YOU? How would tenancy profile changes in this amendment be interpreted by staff?
Thank you, and through your worship, I appreciate the question from the Deputy Mayor. I'll take a step back. So that 2-to-8 ratio that Council approved in the fall of 2023 is specific to the Housing Services Act and the legislated units that the city manages that were devolved as part of devolution from the province. The agreements that we're signing with new providers or new nonprofit housing providers are more specific to their needs and their priorities in community, if that makes sense. So what we're looking to is they will identify eligibility criteria, right? And so whether that's single senior women, it could be women fleeing violence, it could be veterans, it could be newcomers. We work within their eligibility requirements to then match from our broader wait list, which is also the social housing wait list. We do give folks an opportunity to come off that wait list if they get housed through this process. But it is more that non-legislated type process. And so it gives us a little more flexibility to work with providers to ensure that the community that they're looking to create in their building is meeting their needs, but also addressing a very significant need in our community.
So through you, Your Worship, just a quick follow-up to that. Sorry to keep you on this one for a little bit, Mr. Cooper, but I just want to, I appreciate that answer because it was very helpful. I kind of want to ask though, and I'm trying to figure out how to frame this for you. If we were dealing with a situation where, and I'm going to with respect, because I know one of our friends from St. Vincent de Paul's here, I'm just using this as a for example. I'm not suggesting, Mr. McKenzie, that you're going to be changing your tenancy, but if we, for example, had St. Vincent de Paul come back and say, you know, we started with senior women as our target, but now we've decided we're going to switch to persons with disabilities, part of that would have been thought about in terms of their physical build in the first place and might change some of their pro forma in terms of making units accessible, you know, elevators, door sizes, all of those things, I would think. So I guess what I'm asking in terms of our experience as staff, is there frequently a request to change the tenancy profile, or is that often built into the pro forma that they're creating before they come forward to meet with us? And if that's not you, Mr. Cooper, if that's Mr. Felberg's area more, then whoever can answer that for me.
Mr. Felberg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So yes, absolutely. Depending on the type of building, the type of construction that the proponent will be undertaking, they will be making certain design changes and addressing some design features in order to accommodate the population that they are looking to support. If it were a highly supportive housing building, the proponent might be looking to do things, a different type of drywall. They might be looking to ensure that there's no carpet in hallways, different things like that in order to support the potential, any issues that they may have from a property management perspective. In this case, I think the tenancy profile really is the thing there that is the challenge for us in the resolution. The highly supportive housing, absolutely, that's something we can come back and have a conversation with council on. But if we include that tenancy profile in this resolution, that does limit our ability to work with groups like St. Vincent de Paul or Cross Cultural Learning Center. We're providing a very different type of property and a very different type of mix to what I think is being discussed here today.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm now thoughtful of our council policies and procedures bylaw and the levels of inception we can go to on amendments to amendments, and I think we're at the depth now. Chair, I just want you to confirm that.
No, we're not. Also, I'm going to tell council, if this passes, we're going to have to refer it. We're not going to be prepared to change the bylaw today. This refers to multiple sections of the bylaw, the delegation piece. The clerk is not prepared to make those changes on the fly based on their consultation with legal. So this is something that should have happened at committee, or councilors need to work with staff to have an alternate bylaw prepared based on this, much like happens with planning committee. Otherwise, it gets referred back. So if this passes, we're referring it back because we're not going to try to pass a bylaw on the fly with bad language tonight, or language that we're not 100% confident about. So I don't know where you're going with the amendments, but I'm just going to clarify for people, at the end of all these amendments, there's probably going to need to be a motion to refer this back to committee to have the bylaw written so that it is, these are agreements, so it has to be written properly. The clerks and legal have to sign off on it to make sure that they are good, and we just can't do that on the fly at a meeting like this. So you can go ahead and make amendments because this is just one level of amendment right now. You can make an amendment to the amendment, but if any amendments pass that are different from the bylaw, we're going to have to send that back for referral. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, so with that response, I need to ask you a follow-up procedural question. This is right now authorizing the Deputy City Manager, Housing and Community Growth, or their written designate to approve amendments to the contribution agreement for affordable housing projects. Seems to me what we're directing here is not actually a change necessarily to the bylaw, but the interpretation of delegated authority. So I'm not sure that it actually changes the bylaw, and I'm just looking for some guidance from the clerks.
Yes, in the bylaw, it specifically lists the delegated authority clauses, which would need to be changed. Those clauses in the overcover of the bylaw specifically list sections of the contribution agreement that outline the permissions that staff have and when they can do things. So absolutely it changes the bylaw. It changes multiple parts of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you for the clarification there. Now, once again, I'm going to seek your indulgence. I don't know if the councillor is willing to withdraw the tenancy profile selection and if there would be consensus for that, or whether I need to make an amendment. I'm willing to amend it to delete the tenancy profiles, but if there's simple consensus, I'd rather not go through an amendment to an amendment.
Just make the amendment. I hear people whispering about whether or not they want to do that. So if you want to make an amendment, make an amendment.
Okay, then I'm going to amend the amendment to delete the language of any changes to the tenancy profiles. And if that's successful, then it would just say housing projects with the exception of supportive to highly supportive housing.
Okay, that's moved and seconded. Any discussion on deleting the tenancy profiles piece from the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to support this, and then I'm going to vote against the entire thing, which I'll provide those reasons for after.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so let's move, we're going to open the vote on the deletion of the tenancy profiles piece from the amendment. Open that for voting.
Motion carries 14-1.
Okay, now I will caution colleagues on the side talk. I could hear it too. Please, while we're in the middle of a vote, just let people vote. We don't need to speak loudly beside each other. Okay, so now this is the
Point of order.
point of order. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, just on your conversation, it's not that it's just side talk, it's actually bordering on very disrespectful conversation about what colleagues are moving during discussion, and it's very disruptive.
So I didn't hear the actual language. It's hard for me to rule on that, but I will say to colleagues, generally, as I have before, councillors get to make motions. They get to have debates. You can not like the motion. You can be against the motion. You get to stand up during your time to speak, and you get to say why. You do not get to say it by leaning over to someone or saying loudly so they can hear you why you disagree with something. That is not acceptable decorum in the chamber. And so if I hear it, I'll take action on it. I apologize when I'm working with the clerks. I do not always hear things, particularly around the wider ends of the horseshoes or depending on the way that people's heads are facing. So if I miss something, I apologize for it. It's hard for me to enforce specific language if I don't hear it, but I will issue that general caution because it is disrespectful, it's distracting, and it is not the way that the process works. You get to stand up and speak. You should be speaking where the public can hear you too. I don't mind if you have a question or something to a colleague and you can do it quietly, but not about the person speaking. For the most part, you should be paying attention to the person speaking, okay? I get that we have other things we're doing, like if we're trying to, like me, organize with our staff, work on amendments, know whether I have to refer it back. You'll see me doing a lot of stuff, but generally we need to be listening to our colleagues to make sure that we're giving them the respect to have the debate. So I appreciate the point of order. I did not hear the specific comments, but I provided that general caution. We're on the, so I now need a mover for the, no, we're just back to the amendment. It has one piece out of it because we don't need an as amended. Mr. Fellberg, you need to speak. I assume it's related on something we're changing here. Can you, yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the term supportive that's in the amended resolution, that could limit our ability to provide supports for folks who might need medical devices. I think what council's really after here is the highly supportive housing plan and the highly supportive housing plan that was approved last spring. It's not necessarily supports that we're providing. So that would be the only piece that I might take out of the amendment.
No, so the wording there, I appreciate your information. That's good. The wording is as it is. That's what was moved, and now it's been amended, so I'm not changing it myself. And we'll continue with, so I don't need a, So same mover for the amendment as it was before, same mover and seconder. And we're back to debate on the amendment. Now it's been changed to strike out the tenancy profiles. I'll look for speakers on this. Yes?
Your worship, sorry, but I haven't yielded the floor since I put my amendment forward.
Go ahead.
So, appreciate Mr. Fehlberg's clarification on that. This is where language does matter. Would have been, with all due respect to the counselor, if we'd had this a little sooner, perhaps we could have ironed out a couple of those things. However, and I don't know if I'm out of order to make a second amendment, but I'm prepared to insert the word highly in front of the word supportive.
Highly is already there. It says exception of supportive or highly supportive housing.
Then I just wanted.
Both are in there.
Then I'm prepared to just take out supportive and just leave it as highly supportive.
Okay, I need a seconder for that. Councillor Stevenson is willing to second. Any discussion on removing supportive? All right, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Now, your worship, through you, I need to ask.
Go ahead.
Another process question. If this were to pass, you've suggested referring it, but it would be a decided matter of council. So are you speaking of referring the bylaw to the next cycle of council?
No, I'm suggesting if you make amendments before we pass the as amended, like if this gets amended into the clauses, the advice from the clerks and legal is they need time to go and prepare the bylaw. Traditionally, we've referred it back to committee to have that done, so committee has a chance to actually look at the wording in the bylaw to assure it aligns with what the council's intention was, so that we don't end up debating it all again at council. So bylaws can go to the next meeting of council. Traditionally, we've sent it back to committee to make sure that the committee has eyes on it to ensure that the language through the components of the bylaws reflect what was the intent of the council. So this only kicks in if we make this amendment, which is why I've allowed the debate to continue to this point, because if this gets defeated, we can easily pass it tonight, but if we don't and we pass this amendment, that's what triggers the concern from the clerks and legal that they need some time to actually change the components of the actual bylaw before we vote on that. And a referral back to committee is their preferred avenue to give them the ability to go back to colleagues given there's changes to check to make sure that's okay. So that's the advice. I mean, we could send it right to the next council meeting if you like, but this is what their advice is, so I'm just letting you know.
Thank you. That's satisfactory in terms of process to me. You know, I trust both our staff and our committee chairs and yourself as chair of council, that should there be something that's of an urgent nature timeline-wise that doesn't prohibit a special meeting from being called, to deal with a single item to approve a funding approval for an organization. So I will conclude my comments there by just saying I do think that there is a significant enough difference between affordable and supportive versus the highly supportive, that where we are now with the language, I'm prepared to support.
Okay, I have Councillor Frank and then Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, and apologies if this has already been asked and answered, but I'm struggling to follow along very closely. If this passes, what does it actually do in regards to staff's ability to delegate, and what would staff then have to bring to council to make decisions on if this passes?
So I'm going to ask our staff that because their actions will. Go ahead, Mr. Fehlberg.
Sure. And through you, Mr. Chair. So We would be able to enter into the agreements with 4 of the proponents for sure, and then the 2 CMHA ones, assuming that they are coming forward as highly supportive, we would bring a report back to get a contribution agreement approved for those 2 specifically, but we'd be able to enter into the agreements with the other 4.
Thank you. And then perhaps, again, I'm not fully understanding it, but then what will you bring to council in the future for debate and discussion on if this passes? I don't know. Again, I don't feel like I totally understand.
Go ahead, Mr. Felberg.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we would bring back a template contribution agreement for the 2 CMHA properties that would include the provisions of highly supportive housing, which is very similar to what we've got. We've already approved through the highly supportive housing CIP.
Thank you. And so then if this doesn't pass, you would just execute those things. So the only thing I see this adding perhaps is time and politicization. Okay. So in my opinion, I'm not going to support this. I feel like it's an operational decision. And I also worry it will become politicized, that certain groups of people who are harder to get housed will be up for debate about where we want to put them in the city. We've had this debate at council before, and I don't particularly want to politicize those decisions. And I also want to provide highly supportive housing as quickly and efficiently as possible. I see this additional motion being red tape, and I thought that's what we were trying to avoid, so I will not be supporting it.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Frank captured it better than I could. So I won't say too much more than that. I just wanted to ask maybe a follow-up from Councillor Frank's questions. How many, I guess, proponents, or how many items do we have on the table right now that are waiting for this contribution agreement to be complete and supported by council? And how many may be delayed if we were to delay this?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So all 6 agreements, or all 6 proponents, or all 6 projects are waiting on the contribution agreement. We are waiting for CMHC. They're in what's called caretaker period at the moment through the federal election. Not sure exactly when they come out of that. It's very similar to your lame duck process where they can't make decisions and sign agreements. But our agreements are a key step and a key pillar, and really important to have municipal endorsement of a project for CMHC to sign on to financing.
Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to follow up to that, so they will all be delayed, which means all shovels in the ground, all spaces being open will also be delayed if we were to delay this. Just clarification.
Go ahead, Mr. Felberg.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the way that I'm interpreting the amendment is that 4 of the agreements, the St. Vincent de Paul Cross-Cultural Learning Center, Warner Place, and the 4th one, and then the 2 we'd be able to execute and take action on those ones immediately after council approval. And then the 2 CMHA ones, we'd bring back a report to align with the highly supportive housing.
And just to note, if we change it, that council approval will come, not this meeting, but the next council meeting, because we need to change the bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Just I'm trying to get some clarification because I don't have enough information. I didn't think this one through because it was kind of a last minute item. So that's why mainly I won't be supporting it. I do hear suggestions from the Deputy Mayor that I agree with, but I don't have the information right now. I need an informed decision, and I need discussion, and I need it to go through committee, so I can't support it at the moment because I just don't know what I don't know.
Okay, other speakers on this? Okay, so Councillor Stevenson, you spoke to the amendment, but the practice in the past has been if we change the amendment, people can speak again. People don't like that, clean it up in the procedure bylaws, so I'll go back to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Through you to staff, my understanding is that if we, that these contribution agreements, as we approve them, they will not have council involvement. So if just say we don't approve this amendment, then highly supportive housing units can be approved and they will not be coming through council.
Mr. Falberg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's what the delegation that we have in the agreement allows us to do.
Okay, thank you. So I hate to use up my time defending myself in terms of the last minute, but understand that this report, when it came to us, doesn't say these two units are going to be highly supportive. Now, I could figure it out by reading the previous agreement where it said that there were 3 locations approved by the SAT, of whom we don't know who that committee is. But, so we had to figure it out, and then I ask where the locations are, and I'm told, well, the organizations want to announce it, so I keep quiet on it, and we get an email 20 minutes before it goes public. So my point is, we've got, staff have come to us with, and maybe it doesn't even matter at this point. I'm very frustrated because I have done the work on this since committee. I have had meetings and I have asked questions. And I'm finding out on the floor that the amendment that I made doesn't close the loophole. It isn't acceptable for the public to be told that it's affordable housing and then all of a sudden it become highly supportive housing and their elected official and the public do not have a say in that. For me, it is not politicization, it's the involvement of politicians in very serious decisions that are happening in this city, of which we are repeatedly being asked to stay out of. When it comes to this homelessness response, we've been asked to step aside since I got elected. So this is me saying, you know what, you're gonna bring me a staff report that says in the previous 2 staff reports that it's going to be highly supportive housing, but we're saying it's affordable housing. And everyone said when I made the amendment, oh, why are we doing this? It says right in it, it's affordable housing. Well, you know what? It's not. It's highly supportive housing. It's not related to this contribution agreement. So I try to obtain clarity, comments around why am I doing it? This is why I'm doing it. Because the least that we can do is come forward and say what it is. No hiding the ball. Highly supportive housing is great, then own it. Bring it forward. We can sell it to the public. Everyone knows it's needed. Avoiding it and having it happen like 122 baseline and now here is not acceptable, in my opinion. So I'm saying, regardless of what happens going forward, today, we got a report that many comments were made by my colleagues about how it was so obvious it was affordable housing. Why was I adding the clarity? This is why I was adding the clarity, because it's not going to be using that agreement. It's going to be the highly supportive agreement. But we give it away during delegated authority. So we're asked to approve a template, and the next line under, we're asked to delegate the amendments to it. So what is the point of approving something that can be changed this substantially? So we can have bigger arguments about this another day. I'm asking for you for today to say, you know what, as a council, we're gonna say to the public, we're gonna be upfront with you about what's happening. And we're not gonna say something's affordable housing when we know it's highly supportive housing, and then say after the fact, well, you know, that's just the way that it was. I spoke with staff, they said they would have to come back to us with the highly supportive housing agreement. That's the way it should be, or be, in the staff report, it should be clear what we're being asked to do. That would really help, these last minute amendments on the floor. Clear is kind. I want clarity around what is happening in my ward. I want to get behind it, I want to support it, but I need to know the details before I do that. So if you say no to this amendment, then you're saying it's okay that we thought it was affordable housing until now, and now we know it's highly supportive housing, and you consider it politicization for politicians to get involved in a major decision.
So, Councillor, I'm just going to correct a couple of things you said from the chair. There was, I'm not saying you said this directly, but there were some allusions that staff have done something that shifted things around. They have delegated authority. That delegated authority comes from municipal council. You are absolutely right. We can rescind any delegated authority and make those decisions ourselves. But when they have delegated authority, like they do in the entire civic administration bylaw, there are broad parts of this corporation that they have the delegated authority from council to make decisions on so that they can run a massive organization without having council make every single minute decision. Council from time to time may say, this piece of delegated authority we want to have in our control, this other piece we're going to delegate. That is the right thing to do. But if staff have delegated authority, which they have from municipal council in the past, they're allowed to execute that, and they're not doing anything untoward by doing that. Again, I'm not saying that those words were used, but I want to make sure it's absolutely clear, based on the conversation we're having, that our staff are just trying to do their jobs and get spaces in the community filled, whether they are affordable or supportive housing, of which council has endorsed doing both. And they're using the tools they have at their disposal and the authority they have to try to secure those spots. So we can make changes as we are to the authorization of that delegated authority. That's not politicization. That is us deciding as a council that we're doing delegated authority slightly different on this component of this piece, which we are absolutely allowed to do. But the delegated authority permissions in the municipality are commonplace in every municipality because we do not make every single small decision across the entire spectrum. In some cases, we don't always make big decisions because we've delegated them because there's a council-approved plan and staff can move forward with that. But it is council's right to pull that back and ask for decision-making, and staff are simply articulating the pieces to that, of which there would be a time difference in moving forward. And some councillors are allowed to express their opinions on that. That's okay. So I just want to cool the temperature in the room for everybody and say, this is a debate we are allowed to have. We can talk about pulling back delegated authority. That is a legitimate way to do it. And our staff will take that direction from us, but they have done nothing wrong in the way that they've approached trying to achieve council's goals on both affordable housing and supportive housing in this community. So I just wanted to add that context because I don't want a bunch of other people jumping in to rebut or respond to specific comments that are said. I just want to set the tone to say we are having this debate and this discussion. It's fine, it's legitimate. There are consequences to it, and we get to make decisions based on the information we get from our staff. So I will continue on with the discussion. Councillor McAllister, you're next.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I know I got bumped from the list a few times, but I think that was the deputy mayor making all of his amendments. So thanks for letting me back on the list. I kind of want to take a different approach to this. Appreciate all the comments that have been made, but I'm making my determination based on my own personal experience. I have the Thompson Road supportive housing project. Wasn't easy, I'll be honest. I appreciate all the work that staff put into it, but I was willing to go to bat for it because I see the value in it. I really do feel like we're unfortunately in a situation we're almost operating like a hospital, and that with housing, it's almost like triage. And so for me, I know it was difficult. I know it's been tough for the community at times, but these projects are of vital importance in terms of giving somewhere for someone to live, but also the supports that they need to put their life back together. I've seen a number of providers. I know that one's Inwell, obviously. So speaking from my experience with them, they're very responsive in terms of issues to go on. But I view this largely as operations. And I know we've referenced the 122 baseline a number of times, and I point to the discussion we had at governance working group as well. And a lot of the issues I saw with 122, these are things I'm 100% sure staff have now taken on board. The audit called it out as clear as day. Not saying it could never happen again, but I do think a lot of lessons have been learned to date. We've really been in a crunch in terms of housing. Some of these things have to happen in a very compressed time frame. But I think a lot of effort has gone into trying to correct that. I'm hoping that, what staff take from this conversation too is that when these projects do come up, they engage with the counselor. I know a lot of the nonprofit housing providers also come to us. We have those conversations offline as well. But for me, I understand in terms of the delegated authority, it's not my job to micromanage everything. I understand that this is a very tough topic, especially for folks who live in impacted areas. But I would rather have these housing projects than more people sleeping in my parks, to be perfectly honest with you. If I can get people off the streets into housing with supports, 100% I'm going to support it. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not. But I know staff feel that too. These projects are difficult, not only to set up, but to manage. But there are a lot of operational issues which I don't feel as a counselor I should be involving myself with. So in this, I will not be supporting this. I want to go with what we originally had, and I hope that staff will take that on board and that we can continue to have those conversations.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just want to speak to why I'm not supporting the amendment. I want to get these projects out. I understand that we can hold up these projects. We'll only get 4 instead of 6, so I do not want to get in the way. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Other speakers? Okay, so this is on the inclusion, after it's been modified a few times, of just the part with the exception of highly supportive housing to the delegated authority piece. The other parts have been struck out, so we're just on that, and that's the amendment that we're on. I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 8-7.
Okay. I need a mover for the as amended motion because we're back to the main motion here. So who wants to move the as amended? Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. All right, so the as amended motion now with these changes, I'll take a speaker's list on that. Go ahead, Councillor Pelosa.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A process question. As you mentioned, it was, if it passes, the bylaw needs to go back to committee. So what is the proper time without cutting discussion short, but being efficient with time to move a motion to put this back to committee?
Well, I'd say you could do that now. Make a referral now back to committee with the purpose to update the bylaw to reflect the changes that council has made to this point.
So eloquently put what you said, and I'll move that now as the clerk's.
Seconded by Councillor Ferreira. Okay, so referral takes precedent. We're on the referral. Any discussion on the referral back to committee to have the bylaw rewritten with these changes? Go ahead, Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Just through you to staff, making sure this can come back for the next cycle. I don't want to lose any funding windows and just not quite sure of those 2 that would be effective for CMHA if we're on that precipice of losing something.
Mr. Fehlberg.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I think the next CAPS is the 20th or the 21st. I think it's actually next week. So I'll work with the clerk to see if we can get on the added, and if not, then we'll be at the next cycle in June.
Thank you. I'm sure it can make it to the agenda.
So happy to take, I think that's a good question. I'm just going to make a comment from the chair. Staff are going to try to get this on the added agenda. So I don't want anybody to be surprised that it's on the added agenda, which I know sometimes that's not a lot of time to see it before it's voted on, but what they're doing here is updating the bylaw based on the council direction. So if anybody has a problem with that, like, I would prefer to hear it now when in the debate of the referral, rather than it be anybody have a problem later that this is going to be on the added. If they can't make the added, to let us know, but they're going to strive for that for speed for those agreements that we want to proceed with. Okay? Councilor Pelosi, are you finished?
Yeah, my only other question was procedurally, if they don't make the added, but there's a time crunch, could a special meeting be called to deal with that one item only?
Procedurally, yes. It would be the chair who would do that, and then myself. Okay, Councilor Ferreira, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Just really quick, it will be on the added because the agenda just came up for that CAPS report while we were sitting at this meeting.
I don't think it comes out publicly till tomorrow, but you may, as the chair, have a copy now. So, in case anybody goes looking for it, it will be public tomorrow around noon, I think. Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues for supporting this. I understand there's a lot of different things going on here, and I tried to honor too the fact that organizations want to make announcements and there's things going on. So, but I just want to be sure that we're clear with the public, and so I really appreciate that opportunity to bring clarity here.
Okay, on the referral, anyone else? Okay, so this is on the referral, which is refer back to committee, new bylaw written, going for the added agenda. For anybody who didn't say anything, you can do it next council meeting. Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Councilor Ferreira.
I believe that concludes the 8th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee.
Okay, then we're on to the 7th report of Planning and Environment Committee. I don't think there's too many things in this report. I'm going to see if I can get through this before I look for a small break. I've made sure that there's some snacks and refreshments, but let's see if we can get through a whole other report first. Go ahead, Councilor Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. Pleased to present the 7th report of the Planning and Environment Committee. I had requests to have number 4 and number 12 pulled.
Okay, does anybody want anything else pulled? What, sorry, the clerk missed the item that you said was going to be pulled?
Number 4 and number 12.
Number 4 and 12, okay. So anything besides 4 and 12 that colleagues would like separate? If not, I'll let you make a motion.
So I'd like to move 1, 2, 3, 5 through 10, and 11, and 13 to 14.
Okay, 1 to 3, 5 to 11, 13, and 14 is moved by the chair. Any discussion on those? All right, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll put item 4 on the floor.
All right, item 4 is on the floor. I'll look for speakers. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is one that we had a little bit of discussion on at committee, and we were kind of winging it on the floor to get some language together around a report back from staff. Since then, I have worked with both Mr. Mathers and Ms. Scher and their teams to get some language that was acceptable to them. And I have forwarded that to the clerk to put into eScribe, so hopefully that is there for folks to refresh and see the language there. And I'd like to move that amendment. It's really a housekeeping amendment that specifies what pieces of the policies are coming in the report back, rather than the more general report back that we had language from at committee.
I need a seconder for that. Councillor Cuddy, right, any
So do you
discussion?
want me to read it out?
Yes, please.
So it's an amendment to Part B, and that is that civic administration be directed to report back to a future meeting of the Planning and Environment Committee with respect to the existing traffic calming policy standards through the design specification guidelines, through the plans of subdivision with subdivision approvals, and this is where the change comes, with respect to the neighborhood connectors, as well as related policies of the London Plan and the City of London Design Specifications Requirement Manual. So it's that, as well as related policies, that is just a language cleanup from committee.
Okay, so that's moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. So just to clarify, within the London Plan and the Design and Specification Requirement Manual, as it relates to traffic calming, what would this do?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. At this time, it wouldn't do anything. We would report back, and if there was a direction to change at that time, we would make those amendments. The London Plan, of course, being a much more complex change than any changes to the DSRM.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So with respect to this letter, I was a bit confused with the direction. I shouldn't say confused, that's the wrong word. I was trying to ascertain what the direction was. I was hearing something different from the developer with respect to what they believed that they were being held, that the design standard and the London Plan standard and the specifications that they were being held to for a new subdivision that is currently under what is the current London Plan. So this is where I'm a bit confused, because this amendment, to me, in the letter is talking about they're being held to a standard that is not yet approved by council, and they're trying to understand why they're being held to that standard for bike lanes and for traffic calming. My understanding from listening to the debate at planning was that there was a bit of back and forth around the traffic calming policy, and I do want to speak separately on the main motion around the bicycle lanes in this segment of my ward. But I'm just wanting to understand what's the current policy. Right now, this is, if it's just the current policy, then that's fine, but if this is any upcoming projected amendments to the policy, I'm concerned why the developer thinks they're being held to something that hasn't been approved yet.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will start, certainly. I will maybe look to my colleagues in planning in terms of the hierarchy of plans. The DSRM is not a council-approved document. It is a highly technical specification book that is developed in extensive collaboration with the home builders, construction, and design consulting industry in London. In this particular case, the letter that came in was actually largely focused on bike lanes. It was raised in the gallery at that time that there was concerns about traffic calming being implemented in this neighborhood at a spacing of up to about 100 meters on neighborhood connectors. I will note that staff had not actually recommended all of that traffic calming. Some of it was actually requested by the developer. But that is what is allowed under the DSRM. There is some ability for judgment and professional leeway under those specs. The London Plan, it does not get to the level of making decisions about where we might put a raised intersection, where we might put a bulb out or a pedestrian crossing. It is a plan that sets the direction for the future growth and how we grow in the city.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. And just to follow up, so I see this as Corlon has provided this letter and they're referencing what's taking place in their plan of subdivision conversation. But this is more generally for the entirety of our traffic calming policy standards. What I'm trying to get at is, what does this do for Corlon and the issue that they've brought forward of concern and that discussion?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. What that means is the conditions of draft approval that are in place right now. So the applicant has to satisfy those conditions, and we'll work closely with the Transportation Division to make sure that the city is satisfied. And once they're technically satisfied in terms of the separation of these speed cushions or whatever the nature is, then the approval authority will be satisfied. So we just need to go through that exercise and the documentation throughout, because with the approval periods now for draft plan of subdivisions, it's 3 or 4 years, potentially 5 years for some of these. So as you can appreciate, as time goes on, staffing changes, so we want to make sure we have the clear documentation.
Thank you. And so just to clarify again, will industry be consulted on this? My understanding from the conversation with Coralon was there was some costs or increased costs that they would have to incur within this plan of subdivision based on the addition of more traffic calming and bike lanes, that they were foreseeing an additional cost and some challenges with frontage, et cetera, based on some of the conditions that were being put in place. So I'm just wondering what kind of conversation with industry will happen around this.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, with respect to specifically Coralon, those discussions with the developer can continue and have been continuing. There's been a lot of negotiation with respect to the project. What's directed here is a report on our current policies and processes. And at this point, we would not be consulting with industry about those policies and processes unless after the time of reporting back, there are concerns raised at committee. But right now, what we're being asked under this motion is to provide that information as to how those decisions are currently made to manage new growth.
Thank you. For me, I think it would be important to hear back from industry because if there's an additional cost to a developer who's putting in a subdivision, and that cost is then, something that they're going to pass on to homeowners in the potential subdivision, that to me would be a concern. I would just like to get a sense if this has that kind of impact, because that's what the letter came in with that detail about. So I'm just trying to get some more understanding, I guess, if that's a possible consideration, to just have some conversation with industry, just to say, what are the potential concerns around this, or is there a way for us to work in partnership so that there isn't an additional cost with these new developments?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the DSRM is developed and updated through a regular process that is done extensively in consultation with industry, and those conversations have happened. The idea that perhaps speed humps or painted bike lanes are a significant incremental cost is probably not entirely accurate. There are some pieces of infrastructure that can be quite expensive if you're building off-street bike paths, for example. But whether you're painting a sort of a curb lane for bike use or it's a parking lane, the incremental cost to build that and for us to maintain it is extremely low.
Thank you. I appreciate the feedback. Again, I'll reiterate, the developer did provide quite specific examples in their letter stating that there were additional costs, and part of the cost structure that they talked about was loss of frontage. And I actually think that that may be something we need to have more discussion about with industry if it's going to have an impact. In this case, they were considering you've got on-street parking, you've got a bike lane, and then you've got this the clearance for the traffic calming. And so those things in tandem, they saw as taking away from frontage and therefore causing an impact on the price of land and housing. And so that's where I would love to hear back from industry on, but if, I don't think we need to amend it. I think Ms. Sherrod just provided some insight that there is some consultation that happens. So I hope that that is the case and that this doesn't get passed along to homeowners in these areas.
Thank you. Any other speakers to this? Okay, this is on the amendment, so we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, I need an as amended mover. Councillor Cuddy this time, so someone else can stand up. Go ahead. You have to stand up if you're moving it. Yep, you got to stand up though. All right, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Yeah. I'm just giving him a break. He was already standing.
Your Worship, I'm sorry, I'll move that.
All right, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. And yeah, so any debate on the as amended motion? You're not going to have to stand for long. Unless, oh, actually, Councillor Robin, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, and through you, and I'm not doing this to make you stand. So I just want to comment on the letter from Corlon specifically with respect to this motion. First, I want to say I appreciate the discussion I've had with the developer in this area. For those of you that know the area, you know, Sunningdale, Corlon has been quite considerate of the community when they build. And so one of the things they've done is they've worked extensively within the community around the build out of these community trails. And the trail system that they've worked on in the area is meant for you know, residents to utilize for leisure, and they've made sure that that amenity connects in really well in the neighborhoods. And so one of the things they brought forward with this consideration was around now, or with this plan of subdivision, is wanting to make sure that the trail system had the connectivity so that it also allowed for people to get around, and especially between Wonderland and Sunningdale, using the trail system versus having to go fully on the roadway. So they are investing in that development quite a bit and making sure that there is that connectivity. During the debate at planning, what I heard was, well, it needs to connect into a school site. So I want to make clear one thing: the school site has not been optioned. It is not, as of yet, as of right now, it is not officially a school site. And we know those challenges of getting a school approved in the area and how that may or may not end up being a school site. But with respect to where the bike lanes go, and there's a series of maps that outlines part A, B, and C of that plan of subdivision and where those routes go. To me, I agree that with the developer partially, that those routes aren't fully needed everywhere. And I think that there is opportunity to continue the conversation around what that looks like on certain types of neighborhood connectors. The challenge is that what we're assuming is all neighborhood connectors are the same. And I actually think in this case where they're saying, hey, we've got some neighborhood connectors that are actually low traffic, do we need to have this full build out of these of connected bike lanes? Do we need to have the full build out of these traffic calming measures? And they've come back and said, look, this could increase the cost of housing in this area. Now, others may say this is an expensive area of town and these houses are going to be a lot anyways. It's still a cost for homeowners if they have to pass that along. And so I just, you know, I appreciate the forethought that goes into the build out of these communities, what they look like. And I think that the developer has good intention with that. They're saying, please work with us to find a way forward. And the fact that this has the plan of subdivision conversation, this back and forth about the bike lanes, et cetera, has held up the moving forward with the subdivision, I think is concerning. And I don't want to see other projects in this same boat where they're not being approved because of this, and especially when it wasn't agreed upon policy yet.
Okay, any other speakers on the as amended motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. And moving on to number 12 regarding 3849 Campbell Street North. Or do I have to put the amended motion on the floor? I'm sorry, I'm lost where.
I think you got to put the committee's motion on the floor, and then you can amend.
Okay,
that if you like.
so we're at number 4, correct? No.
No, we're on 12 now.
Okay, so I went to 12, right?
Yeah, 12 is
Okay,
good.
so that's what I did. Yes,
Perfect.
I put 12 on the floor.
You're doing it perfect, yeah.
But I thought there was hesitancy there, so I thought I was missing something.
No, you're
Okay,
doing great. Well, we'll see how the debate goes, but so far it's starting off great. 12's on the floor. I have Councillor Hopkins who'd like to speak to it.
Yes, Your Worship, I asked to have this one pulled. This is a application in Ward 9. And I want to first of all start off and thank staff and the applicant. I know there was a lot of work that went into this application. And I do want to also say that I am not going to be supporting this. And the reason I'm not supporting it basically is regarding the buffering. Our environmental measurement guidelines say 30-meter buffering. This is probably about 15. And I know there's a lot of work still to be done through the site plan process, but I think it's really important. I'm representing residents that have spoken to me, the importance of natural heritage features. This is a significant woodlot, and I do think it matters to them. And I know I'm just would like to see, when it comes to these features, that we can provide that buffering that is needed, and so will not be supporting this.
Any other speakers? Okay. Oh, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to be very brief. Completely respect Councillor Hopkins. I know this is in her ward, and so there's concerns around that, but I will encourage colleagues to support this. We do have to balance the need for housing and development with the other things that we compete against. This came forward with staff recommended support, and I just want to draw colleagues' attention to the fact that our EMGs are environmental management guidelines. They're not regulations, and sometimes there is a give and take in those in terms of being able to accommodate and fit in a new housing development. So while I appreciate the concern, I really encourage colleagues to support this. We have to balance those factors, and this is one of those cases where the staff recommendation came forward that the buffers provided for are sufficient.
Any other speakers? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Trosap.
Through the chair, could I just ask staff, is there any room for further compromise on this where some of Councillor Hopkins's concerns can be incorporated into the project?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, through the zoning, that would limit in terms of the development limit, and there is the 5-meter extra buffer, so it's 10 meters within outside of the draft plan, and then 5 meters within the draft plan, so for the 15-meter wide buffer, and the 5-meter buffer is zoned OS.
So thank you, through the chair again. So what I think I'm hearing is that there is no reconciliation between the buffer issue and approving this project?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, through the debate at committee and the decision from committee, and if approved by council through the zoning, there's no debate.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That clarifies that for me. And for the reasons that Councillor Hopkins stated, I will be voting no on this, but I'll just keep my comments brief because that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? All right, seeing none, we're going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-3.
Councillor?
Thank you. That concludes the 7th report of the Planning Environment Committee.
Okay, I'm going to try to squeeze in one more if I can, because I think we can maybe get this in before 3:30. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis and the SPDC report.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to bring forward the 6th report of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. I have been asked by Councillor Stevenson to pull item 8, that's 5.2 from your committee agenda, the Municipal Diversity Plan for appointments to the London Police Services Board. I've not been made aware of any other requests to have items dealt with separately.
Anything else separate on SPPC? Okay, seeing none, you can make a motion.
Okay, then I am prepared to move items 1 through 7 of the committee report.
Okay, 1 through 7 is on the floor. Any discussion? Councillor Cuddy and then Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. I'd just like to speak very briefly to number 8, 4.2, Canada Disability Benefit. I want to thank Deputy Mayor Lewis for crafting this motion for Councillor McAllister and myself, and for the work that Councillor McAllister has done on this file as well. This is really important for us, Your Worship. I'm really grateful that we as the East End councillors could work together on this. And, this dovetails quite nicely with the rent eviction bylaw that we were able to put together last year and the work that we do for our constituents in the East End. And this is critical for all Londoners, Your Worship, but it's most critical for us in the East End where we do have a lot of people suffering. And we look forward to movement on this file, and we hope we see some progress like other communities have. So thank you to my fellow councillors.
All right, thank you. Councillor McAllister, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor, echoing kind of what Councillor Cuddy said, appreciate the deputy mayor, all three of us, 1, 2, 3 in chronological order, supporting each other on this one. I'm sure we've all heard, especially folks who are on ODSP in the city, that it's really just not making the cut these days. They absolutely need support, and not having this clawback, I think, is one way that we as a municipality can advocate to the province to not do that, to allow people to have a little bit of money in their pocket. Doesn't go a long way, but every little bit helps. And continue to advocate for the raising of ODSP with the province. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers? Seeing none, we're going to open this for voting. This is everything 1 through 7, with the exception of 8.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I am prepared to put item 8, the Municipal Diversity Plan for appointments to the London Police Services Board, on the floor.
Okay, and I think Councillor Stevenson, I think you indicated you wanted to try to refer, or no? Okay, no? All right, so 8's on the floor. Any discussion on 8? All right, seeing none, then we can open 8 for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Okay, I'm going to see if colleagues want to take a 10-minute break now. Yeah, I see nods. Okay, so a motion for 10 minutes, Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. I'll do that by hand. All those in favor? Any opposed?
Motion carries.
Okay. All right, thanks. Please be seated. All right, we're on to the eighth report of the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. I'll go to the chair, Councilor Rahman, to present the report.
Thank you, and through you, I'm happy to present the eighth report of the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. I have been asked to pull items 7 and 8, so I'm looking to craft a motion to put items 1 through 10, except for 7 and 8, forward.
Great. Would anybody like anything else dealt with separately on there? Nope, seeing none, then go ahead.
Thank you, I'll move that.
All right, 1 through 6, 9, and 10 are on the floor. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I will look to put item 7 on the floor, the commemorative naming of streets and city assets status update. And I'm looking to move the committee recommendation.
Okay, so the councillor will put the committee recommendation on the floor. I will go to speakers. Councillor Plaza, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just want to thank staff for the work on this one behind the scenes. It's been a long wait, but it involved lots of community engagement across different sectors and groups in our community. As this evolved from last term of council to now, we have several namings that the committee recommended, one of the street, 2 of the parks. Want to highlight the letter of support as well from the London Abused Women's Center, highlighting the work and why it matters for a safe London for women and girls as we move through this. I did have an amendment, and for expediency, I'll look to put on the floor now. It is to add in Part E, that civic administration be directed to rename Plantation Road to Larch Road. I'll speak to it once it's on the floor.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder for that change. Councillor Trosa is willing to second. Okay, it's on the floor, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. It is up on the monitors, just for anyone following online. It's that civic administration be directed to rename Plantation Road to Larch Road, knowing that the proposed name maintains the tree theme of the neighboring streets. It's included in the city's pre-approved list of street names, aligns with the existing policy framework, and has been reviewed using the Ontario Human Rights Commission's human rights-based approach framework with input from the city's anti-racism and anti-oppression division. It being noted that this work will be completed in the next 6 months. All of this has been approved and vetted through staff and the clerk's office doing the administrative stuff behind the scenes. I want to thank those who reached out to share their insights, to those who shared public comments that you would have seen on the added and those that have been circulated even as recently as this afternoon, to the 300+ Black Londoners who helped shape the city's 2025-29 Anti-Black Racism Action Plan. And the action plan clearly states that we must encourage civic engagement, celebrate the contributions of Black residents, and create welcoming public spaces that reflect the values of equity, inclusion, and justice. Colleagues, let me be clear. Just because something has existed a certain way for a long time, and just because a limited number of residents have spoken up in the past, does not mean that it should remain unchanged. We evolve, we learn, we grow, and we strive to do better. The power of language is instrumental in shaping society values and movements. Some residents have said, in correspondence with me, stop the silliness, don't rename it. Others argue that council has better things to do, and we cannot cater to people's hurt feelings. Others frame it as another step towards George Orwell's 1984. Some say the cost of renaming is prohibitive and too much, though staff have estimated it to be around $5,000. This is not about feelings. This is about belonging, history, and respect. Here's feedback from Black community members. I don't really know what to say about all this. I'm tired of writing letters and responding to so much BS that goes on at City Hall. I wonder if they actually care about equity, fairness, or racism. Another writes, who feels it, knows it. No one can fully, truly understand the hurt unless they live it. No one gets to decide for someone else that of what part it's painful. To dismiss their pain is to dismiss part of their humanity. The name Plantation Road may seem harmless to some, but for many, especially Black residents and those of African descent, it's not benign. It carries the weight of history, oppression, exploitation, and deep generational trauma. It affects their sense of belonging and inclusion. In the words of Ms. Long, for many Black Canadians, it invokes the legacy of transatlantic slave trade, the brutal plantation economy, and a system that viewed Black lives as property to be exploited. Colleagues, this is not a symbolic gesture. It's meaningful action that says we hear you, we see you, and your experience matters. This is about more than a road sign. It's about the kind of community we want to build and where everyone feels they belong. One where harm, unintentional or not, is addressed and not ignored. And one where we don't let the past define the future, especially when we have the power to change it. The status quo is not acceptable at the expense of community well-being. Refusing to act is not neutrality, it's complicity. So I ask for your support in the motion that's before you for the renaming of Plantation Road.
Okay, other speakers on this? Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Your Worship. As this is in my my ward, I feel it's incumbent upon me to bring back the impact that those that live on Plantation Road will feel. Plantation Road was built around 1959, 1960. It's a small street in the middle of a subdivision. I knocked on all the doors on the street, spoke to 23 people. And I just want to bring back the input that I received and share it with council. I went through this at committee as well. Many of you were there. For those that weren't in attendance, I wanted to share it as well. 3 folks wanted to see the name changed, including the family of the young lady that brought this petition forward about 5 or 6 years ago. 2 were ambivalent. But 18 spoke in depth about the impact that the name of this road has and the implications of changing it have. I've kind of divided that into 3 main areas of concern. The first one being is simply the administration that they would have to bear to change that. It's no small thing to change your address. We see it when we buy a new house, the legal fees that we have to incur and other things when we do make that change. So this happening when not requested by the street is impactful, and impactful on government documents, utilities, banking information, legal information, mortgages, deeds, wills, insurance, and the many unknowns that people aren't aware of that need to be changed as a result of this, including friends and family that have to be reached out and updated with their new, the new information. It was mentioned in the discussion held at committee that this is a simple thing, simply point and click. There are many seniors on this street where that's not such a simple thing to do. So that was one serious area of concern. The other one is the history of the street. And the history of the street is recognition of the tree grove that was there. It was named after a tree plantation. There's plantations all over the world, including, for example, coffee plantations. And in recognition of that, the developer named this Plantation Road, and then around it with various tree names. This was highlighted by many folks that were aware of the history of their street. The third thing, and I want to be brief here because I went through this at committee, And this is the one that I wasn't expecting, and it resonated with me. You know, when you've lived on a street for 50, 60 years, you've seen kids grow up on that street. There's some second-generation families that have now moved in. The street where you live on is more than just a name on a signpost. It is part of your identity and your shared memories amongst your family, friends, and neighbors that you have a long history with. And I think that was the one that was highlighted that they saw that you know, City Council is not acknowledging when they change, if they're considering the change. They've been under this, you know, they thought this was finished about 5 or 6 years ago, and here it's back on the agenda again. So I want to share those thoughts of the folks that live on that street for your consideration. And on their behalf, I ask you to vote against this, this amendment. Thank you.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So I did speak to this, excuse me, during the committee meeting, so I won't repeat myself in terms of my comments there. But I just want to explore what's in front of us here, which is around the renaming to Lark Road. So it says here in the motion that the name was approved, reviewed by city staff using the OHRC lens and framework, and that ARAO has reviewed this name, and I just want to clarify some things that I've come across in terms of the name. Okay,
yeah, go
so ahead. So the lark tree is my understanding, and I'm not sure if, again, you know, you can find things online, they vary. I didn't have a lot of time to research this because it came up, or I received this in very close to the committee meeting. My understanding of the tree, it's the only deciduous, this is again what I read online, conifer in Europe, and that the tree was brought to the US and to North America in the 1800s.
I don't know if we know if that's correct or not. Yeah. I know Councillor Hillier's holding up his phone like he's ChatGPT'd it, but
I'm sorry, Your Worship. Could you just repeat the question? We were just conferring on this matter. My apologies.
go ahead,
Sorry, and
Councillor.
thank you, and I appreciate this. Like I said, I didn't have time to send this into staff because I don't have a way to verify any of this information, other than I found it online. So the only deciduous conifer in Europe, is that correct? And that was brought into the US and North America in the 1800s.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. These are pre-approved names on our city list. We went through our full pre-approved list. We looked for one specific to trees. And larches are common in Ontario, and so it was a readily available name to help facilitate this discussion today.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. So earlier we talked about the power of language and meaning and interpretation that goes along with the names that we choose. I'm just wondering what significance this tree holds and whether or not the tree is associated with significance, mythology, or anything of the sort that may be in conflict perhaps with other designated groups in our community, perhaps within those same groups that are asking for the name to be changed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. I did have my anti-black racism advisor look at it, and we did look at it through a bunch of lenses to make sure this name doesn't have any other negative connotations. And based on their feedback, we recommended among the 3 different names that were proposed, larch should be the best option at this time.
Just need the microphone.
Through you. My understanding is that the name is connected with European mythology around protective powers against evil spirits as well. Do we see any issue with the naming of this after the street after a tree and some of the information that's been shared today?
I'm not sure if you can answer that, but you can, no? Go ahead.
If I could, and I appreciate this information. We're happy to take this back if you want us to get further information. I will say that I have also Googled larch and understand it to be a tall coniferous tree in Canada. So we're happy to share whatever information you would like us to share, respecting, of course, that this came today from somebody who has put it forward, a member of council's put it forward. We have given advice on it, and I want to be clear, it is an approved name in our city names, street names. So if you're asking for us to look at different names in those approved names list, we're happy to do that. We're happy to look at the list as well.
Thank you. My concern is that I'm not certain that the legacy of this name won't, in fact, create some challenges in terms of the information that I just shared. This is the challenge with naming things, right? Is that we learn new informations, we learn about new significances and meanings and how they interconnect with different people and their upbringings, and there could be a reason for concern. My concern when I looked at this at committee and when I look at this now is, to me, it actually doesn't address, for me, what I would have liked to see happen within our renaming, and that is to take a bigger stride and to rename a street for someone of historical significance from either the local Black community or within the historical Black community here in the area. I think, to me, that's where we could have taken further steps and made change by picking a tree and, yes, off a list. My concern is that we're not addressing that, and instead what we're doing is we're trying to find something that has significance as the Forest City, which I agree we should. But again, I think we need more thought on this before we move forward, and I won't be supporting the renaming to this.
Other speakers? See, Councillor Trosau, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I was simply going to rise and say that I thought Councillor Pelosi did an excellent job expressing my sentiments, and I wanted to agree with her. But I've just looked at my email, and if I may, I thought a very compelling letter came in after the added deadline, so it wasn't added to our added agenda. And if I may, this was just sent to us from the clerk to council agenda, so I think it is intended to be in public. So if I may just briefly read it, it's a very short letter. May I do that?
That's up to you, Councillor. Hopefully, ideally, you have permission from the person.
Well, yes, and it was sent to council agenda, so the intention was to put it in the added. Just wanted to send this email to recommend the renaming of Plantation Road. It was distressing to hear about this situation at all due to the racist reference and history associated with the word. Our organization, and by the way, this is Black Youth Connect, is the name of the organization it's from. Our organization is dedicated to championing, supporting, and engaging Black youth in the city of London, Ontario. Recently, we took part in the city's Stop Tolerating initiative and know how important it is to spread awareness and take steps to combat hate. It is with small actions such as this, renaming a road that calls reference to the darker side of history and colonialism, so that we can hope to make and see change. Thank you. From the program lead and social media manager of Black Youth Connect. And I just want to express my agreement with this statement. I want to express my solidarity with this group. And I'm sorry we don't have, this is the name that we have. This process has been going on for a long time. And the fact that this process has been going on this long has really been the source of frustration for people. And I don't recall anybody saying, let's at least think of what the backups are. So while I appreciate what the previous speaker said, I just think at this point, I'm happy to go along with the approved name. I also want to mention that I think that the ward counselor was very diligent. And he did the right thing by going around canvassing people. But there is a much broader population in London besides the people that are living on this particular street that we have to take into account. And so I do want to tip my hat to the ward counselor. I'm complimenting you, Steve. You might want to listen. I do want to tip my hat to the ward counselor for being diligent, but I have to disagree with the methodology here, and I am going to be going along with the broader sentiment from the community. And I really want to thank again Councillor Pelosa for bringing this forward. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, other speakers on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, then the amendment's on the floor. It's moved and seconded. We can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 6-9.
Okay, so back to the main motion. I'll continue with debate or discussion on the main motion. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, on the, I'll speak to D, and I'll also speak to the main motion. I didn't support D at committee, and I will not be supporting it here at council, so I would like to have that voted on separately. I do think if we are going to start to name things, we do need to look at it through a human rights lens, and I appreciate the ward councillor's comments at committee doing his due diligence to make sure that that name was important to the community, but I do think we need to have staff do the work behind naming streets. I would like to maybe just take this opportunity as well to speak to the amendment that just lost. I did support it not being removed from the recommendation, Plantation Road, that is, at committee. And the reason I thought we needed to keep it in there was because when this did originally come to us on council, Your Worship, I too felt, why are we having this conversation? Why are we getting into the weeds and the renaming of things?
So, Councillor,
Can I speak to them?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the main motion that came out of committee, it was not, what's before us is the committee recommendation, so that piece wasn't in. Councillor Pelosa added a motion to that. We debated that. We had discussion on that. So we're now back to the remaining pieces of the committee recommendation, which doesn't include another debate on that. We just had that one. Yes, go ahead. Point of order.
Thank you. While at committee, it was clearly articulated that the Plantation Road, though not moved on the committee floor, was actually still within the committee report and within order. That was the ruling at committee.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just talking about what's before us in the motions that are remaining. And I'm not saying that we couldn't have a debate. We just had a debate about adding it back in. But I mean, the councillor can continue with her comments, so just make sure you comment on the pieces that are still before us too as well, please.
I just did on D and why I didn't support it. So, Your Worship, if I can have clarification on the Plantation Road conversation that was not in the that was originally in the recommendation but was removed at committee, am I allowed to speak to that right now?
Yeah, but if you'd like to speak to Plantation Road, you could move a motion related to it to amend, because it's not actually part of the committee's recommendation at this point. So if you're gonna make comments, I guess I'm just wondering.
Okay, so if I can make an amendment then to add Plantation Road back in.
So what are you adding it in to do?
To have maybe refer it back to have I'm trying to have the ability here on council to speak to Plantation Road. So how do I do that?
I'm trying to help you, Counselor. I'm not sure. So I'm just trying to manage the meeting. If you want to speak to Plantation Road, people are fine with that, you can, but we just had a debate on Plantation Road based on the Counselor's amendment. So go ahead, but it's got to be within the context of the committee recommendation before us. There was a discussion just now at council based on an amendment. There's a number of items before us. That's what's before us. I'm always asked to try to keep us to the pieces that are on the floor. So I'll give you a little bit of leeway, but we need to hear your comments on like the pieces that are before us and what you feel about those as well.
So on the recommendation, I am supportive of some of the changes that committee approved. I am not supportive of D, which is renaming it to Peacekeeper Place. And the reason I didn't support it at committee was because I would have preferred to have that referred back to staff to have that human rights lens to look at the opportunities to rename. So to rename Trooper Wilson Place. I would, however, like to have this opportunity to speak to the recommendation that came out of committee, that at committee we remove Plantation Road to even have it renamed. So I'm not sure if I can do that now, or how do I
Just
do
go
that?
ahead, Counselor. Just keep going.
I appreciate having a moment to speak to Plantation Road. And I want to thank the ward councillor for doing his due diligence. And I also want to thank Councillor Pelosa for the work and for her comments that she's made here. I really feel very strongly that we here on council make decisions for the greater good of the community. And Plantation Road was something that I learned that it did matter to other people. It didn't matter to me, and I'm sure we can go through so many names and changes, and we're still not going to come together. But it does matter to Londoners, and it was an important opportunity, I think, for us as a council to say that other voices matter. So with that, I would like D removed, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
No problem. So we can vote on D separately for you. That's no trouble at all. And I'll continue with speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Lewis, or Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to speak to the motion that's on the floor, including Clause D, and actually most specifically Clause D. And I'm going to start by saying to my colleagues that when you undertake these things, and this process is now 5 years old, a little bit more actually, and you know, I had a conversation with Mr. Kavik on Friday, and I said to him, I appreciate what you're bringing forward. You're the fourth staff person I've dealt with on this. I know that all the previous history is not on you. And so I want to reiterate that again. I appreciate the conversation I was able to have with him and Ms. McNeely on this. And I think this is why it's really important that we have, moving forward, the primary focus on street names, coming through the planning process, coming through approved lists of names, and making sure that we primarily are not conflicting with existing names so that emergency services get confused, that we're associating the street with the right type of naming, place, drive, street, road, all of those different things. That's an important part of the discussion that's really been missing here. I will say that I recognize that there was a briefing note circulated to council on Peacekeeper Place. And I'm gonna just say I profoundly reject some of the findings in that briefing note. And I'm going to encourage colleagues to continue to support Peacekeeper Place, because when I talk about a 5-year delay here, I want colleagues to keep in mind that there is a family in this city who has multiple times through the course of this process had to have their son's name, their son who gave his life in the service of our country, brought up and essentially re-victimizing the family members by making them relive the fact that their son is no longer with us. So whether you agree, and quite honestly, the members of Trooper Wilson Place in terms of the residents today, you know, profoundly rejected any sort of naming. However, this one is a little bit different than Plantation Road because I recognize the council has already decided in a past term that a renaming had to happen because the name doesn't actually exist within what would be appropriate in our current policy, not a new policy, but within our current policy. So it is a little bit different. And I think it's really important to highlight that. So we have to move forward with this. I'm gonna say respectfully, I think when staff need to review something, that we need to put a little more focus on local context and local realities. You know, there's a cenotaph at Oneida and they celebrate Remembrance Day ceremonies there every year. There's a great relationship with the Royal Canadian Legion. There's actually a special veterans pin that honors Indigenous folks. And part of the highlight of the briefing note that we were circulated was that there may be concerns from the Indigenous community. And then it talked about the legacy of residential schools. Well, the Canadian Forces were not part of residential school policy. That was respectfully the RCMP. And to see that kind of connection, tenuous as it is being made in this report, says to me that absolutely every name that we bring forward, because remember in the original staff report at committee, a military themed name for this place was suggested by staff as consistent with the neighborhood. But if we're gonna start making those tenuous connections that somehow Peacekeeper Place is related to RCMP enforcement actions around residential schools, which are two very different branches of the Canadian government, then we may as well just start putting numbers on streets because every name is going to be objected to by someone for some reason. And that is not the purpose of this. The purpose of this is to be respectful in our street names moving forward. Look at opportunities to honor our history, to honor relations, as was mentioned in the previous discussion, trees in the Forest City, those sorts of things. That's the purpose of the policy recommendation
30 seconds
coming forward. But when it comes to Peacekeeper Place, let's not put the residents of that street or the Wilson family through any more than they've already had to go through. Please accept this. The residents of the street don't want it, but it is the most palatable option if we're going to rename for people to support.
Okay, other speakers to the committee recommendation, which is what's on the floor. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'd like to vote on B separately.
Sorry, B separately? Okay, so we'll do B and D separate. The other ones so far, we're going to do together, if everybody's okay with that. If you don't want it separated, you can let me know at the time of voting. Any other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a couple items here, and I don't want to be ruffling any feathers, but I do know of a silent majority that don't necessarily speak out, but they do talk about the Plantation Road thing. I'm not suggesting any names, but I do see the recommendation did recommend to have a public engagement session to consider a new name. And I do see that that's not part of the recommendation right now. I would like to ask if council would be willing to support maybe just looking into the public engagement session to look into the Plantation Road renaming, just because even though we did not see many communications on the agenda, I know that there are a lot out there that do want to have a reconsideration of that name. So I would move the committee recommendation that we saw in the report.
Sorry, say that last part again, Councillor.
I'm looking to move the exact recommendation as we saw in the report.
So you want to amend this committee recommendation to add what part?
It would be to add D, or it would be D from the report. It would be civic administration be directed to commence a public engagement with the impacted neighborhood to consider the renaming of Plantation Road.
Okay, yeah, so that you could add that as an amendment, yes. That was the point I was trying to make with Councillor before. I was like, you got to put an amendment on the floor to talk about something, so you can make that if there's a seconder. Yeah.
So I'll move that.
There's a seconder in Councillor Hopkins. Okay, so that's an amendment on the floor, moved by Councillor Ferreira, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. We'll start debate on that amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
I just, like I said in my intro into this one, I know that there are those out there that have not necessarily reached out to us that are interested in potentially finding a new name. I'm not recommending any new names. I just would like to go back to the committee recommendation to start that process, and I apologize for continuing the process on, but I do feel like this is the way we should be moving for this one.
Okay, so just so colleagues are clear on what the councillors moved as an amendment, it's the original D. I think it'll be E in this particular motion, but it was civic administration be directed to commence public engagement with the impacted neighborhood to consider the renaming of Plantation Road. Okay, so that's on the floor. I'll look for other speakers to that. Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Yeah, I'm tempted to call a point of order. I think, that this was voted down at committee. Again, motion related to this was voted down here tonight or today. I know there's some councillors that are not happy with the outcome of that vote. For the same reasons that I spoke against the motion that was previously on the floor, I encourage people to once and for all respect the wishes of the people on the street and move forward on this item and not support this. Thank you.
Other speakers? Councillor Trossau.
Yes, and through the chair, I will be supporting this amendment. I think this deals with the same subject area that we had at committee in a previous vote, but it wasn't identical. So I do think it's in order, and I do think it would really be a way for us to send a strong message to the community that we really care about how they feel and what they're saying. And yes, that includes right in the middle of this controversy, people on the street. But it does include the broader community. And I hate to extend this whole process through another engagement. But I think based on where we are in this procedure right now, this is what we have to do. So I will be supporting the councillor's amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, on the amendment, happy to see this come forward. I was disappointed at committee that it was removed from the recommendation and conversation, so hope you can support it.
I'll just be clear, Councillor. It wasn't removed. When Councillor Pribble moved the motion, he didn't include it. So that's what council's for. You can add things back in. It's in order to do this, despite what some councillors may think, because that's how it works. And that's what I was saying before when I said you wanted to speak to it. We need to put a motion on the floor to speak to an item that's not before council. So it's here. I just want to be clear, like, committee didn't remove it. It never made it through committee, but it was on the agenda. People can bring it up. So that's why, just so everybody's clear, that's why I'm allowing it, is because this is a normal thing that we've done before when something doesn't get through the committee, but it was in a report. Okay? Other speakers to the amendment? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Pelosa, and then Councillor Van Meerwegen.
Sorry, thank you. Through you to staff, looking to see what public engagement with the impacted neighborhood would look like. Specifically, if community concerns were raised about what about the cost, and we know there's going to be a small stipend given back to residents to help with maybe some things they need to do to help compensate for their time, realizing a lot of the things that were already mentioned, health card, driver's license, mortgage paperwork, those are actually free of charge to do an address change. And looking to see if some of the feedback we would give them would be timelines that we're looking at to have this implemented. Some people always worry, it's a couple of weeks, whereas we're really looking at months. And if some of that feedback would be provided to them of why it matters to certain people in the community, like they might not have a connection to them, might not be watching our meetings, just so they can understand the context of why it matters to some.
Thank you. Through the chair. Engagement, as you can appreciate, is a very sensitive subject matter, and it would be something that we'd be taking very deliberate action in terms of engaging the impacted on the street itself. So those would be each of those 32 households. It would start with a conversation. It would be opening to have in-person conversations, and generally it would be in places that are convenient or comfortable for them, rather than having them come to City Hall, for example. And working with them, understanding the concerns that they have, explaining the process in terms of what the costs are. Generally, what we do is we do protract the start date at least 6 months or longer, and the reason so that they can do all the work to change any addresses for the various legal and things like that. So that takes time, and working through what the cost is, and it would be $100 per household, unless if there's other resources available, which that's within our budget right now.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you for that. I know just for council's information, it was discussed a little bit behind the scenes. If there's multiple people in a household, or if the $100 wasn't worth their time, that there is budget to do something more. Looking as well to see, there was one name before us today, but there was actually 3 names already approved on the list. If the consultation moves forward, would residents be given those 3 names as part of this process for their feedback?
Through the chair, yes, we would provide other names as well for choice, and then generally be a consensus.
Thank you. It would come at no surprise that I'd be willing to support the public engagement. I had just did the other motion to help streamline the process should some people want to skip public engagement, realizing I've heard from residents on both sides of the debate on the street, some supportive, some not. So happy to support this.
Okay, Councillor Van Meerbergen, sorry, you're on the list.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting this amendment. I think it's fairly clear there is very little political will on this council to continue on these machinations about the name Plantation Road. It's been the name of this street. It's been people's homes, people's addresses for 65 years. Now, all of a sudden, it's become, well, incendiary. And why? The people on that street don't want to change the name, but the City of London is going to come swooping in because there's some people that maybe have a different point of view, and it's certainly not the majority, and are going to force them to have to change their address?
So, Councillor.
For what purpose?
Councillor, I'm just going to say that the motion isn't to make a change. The motion is consultation, so no one's being forced on anything. I just want you to keep your comments to the motion, right? The motion is consultation with the street. It's not to actually make a change at this time.
Well, again, what is the purpose of a consultation with the street that doesn't want to be consulted right now? There's no, I think I heard the word controversy. It's a manufactured controversy. The street is perfectly fine with their name. So what is the problem? I mean, I've talked to other councillors, my own emails that I get and people that are contacting me, it's not even mentioned. Like so where is it coming from? This drive that frankly is anti-democratic in the sense that the people that are most affected do not want it. We've heard from the ward councillor, he's gone door knocking, 36 are perfectly fine with it, yet we insist that we have to have a consultation? It doesn't make sense. I'll certainly be voting against this. I mean, plantations have been around since the 1400s. They're around today. It's a form of agriculture. It's a very important form of agriculture for the world's food growing sources, such as tea, coffee, cocoa, etc. And in what we heard from the ward councillor, there was a tree plantation, yes, a tree plantation in that location, and that's why in that part of Oak Ridge you have a lot of tree names, cypress, hibiscus, etc. But somehow, here we are in 2025, and 1960, it was fine, and it's been fine up until just a few years ago. So I would say, let's vote this down and put this to rest. We have far more serious issues in this city than the name of Plantation Road in Oak Ridge.
Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I'm just wanting clarification now on the motion that's in front of us. So in the other parts of the motion where it talks about public engagement, it says to rename, and this one says to consider. So I'm just looking for more clarification why we would be going out to the community with new names if it's just consider, because wouldn't that be a yes or a no at this point?
So Councillor, the language is in the staff report. I think maybe your question refers to a response staff gave about suggesting other possible names. I think that's their interpretation of the motion, but the motion is just to consider the renaming of Plantation Road. It doesn't say that there will be a renaming of the road from the way that the wording is written. So I'm not sure if Ms. McNeely saw that or when she made her comments earlier, but if you have a question directly to her about this, maybe a specific question would be helpful.
Thank you, happy to. So the report of which this is now, we're now lifting the recommendation from, and the report is mentioned in this motion as well. It refers to specific direction around the renaming and specifically to rename after a tree. And I'm just looking for clarification on what we're asking of the community or of those that live on the street at this point.
I'm going to go to staff on this because the motion is identical to the wording in the report that they originally wrote. So I think the councillor's question is for you, not for the mover.
Thank you. The previous question was about the consultation process, and that's what I was responding to. With this one, it is really to the impacted neighbors to consider if they would like their street name renamed, and that's how I would interpret that motion.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, privilege,
Okay.
maybe of help. The prior council had already gave direction to change the name of the two parks in the place. So those names were already approved to be changed. So that's why the wording was different, whereas apparently this Plantation Road wasn't a decided matter of the last council. So it's back with a direction to consult versus already move forward. Council has not made that decision.
Yeah, thanks. Yep, okay, I see nods. Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and that's helpful. I think with respect to the consultation, so when I have a planning application or I have a file in front of me, I have an infrastructure project, something going on in my ward, like other councillors around this horseshoe, I go door to door and I talk to neighbors and I get their perspective, and then I bring that perspective back here for discussion. And I do that because I know that you value the voice that I bring to the table from the residents I represent. I think Councillor Lehman did that. He went door to door and he talked to 20 of the 32, I believe, homes on this street about what they'd like to see done in this particular case. We're not asking for broad consultation. We're asking for consultation for the folks that live on this street. What we are receiving is not just some consultation from those that live on the street. I think I have 2 to 3 letters from folks that live on the street. What I'm receiving is actually consultation from the broader community. So I'm a bit confused as to what difference in outcome we're expecting when we're asking residents the same question that the councillor did the work for already. So for that reason, I won't be supporting what's in front of us for a consideration. Again, I go back to, I'm not in favor of just renaming this based on what's in the committee report. I don't understand how it's now being separated from the committee report a little bit with the way that we're envisioning the renaming. So I'm not going to support the direction.
Okay, other speakers to the amendment that Councillor Ferrer has proposed? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to vote on Councillor Ferrera's amendment, which is adding the original D from the committee report, which is in this report would be an E. So we'll vote on that now. We'll open that for vote.
Closing the vote, motion fails 6-9.
Okay, so back to the original committee motion. And I need to find which speakers list that is to see who's spoken already. All right, so Hopkins, Lewis, Stevenson, and Ferrer have spoken to the main motion, I think. So I'll look for other speakers to the main motion, which is the direction that came through committee. I see none. Okay, I'm going to open the committee recommendation for voting. Sorry, there was a request to separate pieces out, so let me just tell you how we're going to vote on this. All right, so we're going to do part B, then part D, and then we'll do the rest. So part B is the direction to apply the Ontario Human Rights Commission framework for requests in the future. We'll deal with that one. We'll deal with that one first right now. So that's what we're going to vote on, and I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
And next will be D, which is the direction to rename Trooper Wilson Place to Peacekeeper Place. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
And everything else that's in the clause from the committee, we'll deal with the rest of it now. We'll open that for voting.
Councilor Ferreira? You can vote orally.
This was for, sorry, which item? This right here?
This is everything in the committee's recommendation except for B and D, which is receive the report, direct public engagement on the renaming of 2 different parks, and yes, that's what it is, I think. Am I thinking it all? Yeah, those 2 pieces.
I vote yes.
Closing the vote, 0.
Okay, back to you, Councilor Rahman.
Thank you. I'll look to put item 8 on the floor.
Okay, item 8 is on the floor. I'm going to make a comment to 8, I think. I just got to go back to it. Yes, on 8, I'm going to ask, given we've been debating a long time, I'm going to see if I can ask for a consensus on just a wording change in this. In item 3, there's a portion related to the $16.9 million to be retained in the operating budget contingency reserve to be applied evenly towards tax mitigation in 2026 and 2027 through a budget amendment in the 2026 budget update. The wording budget amendment shouldn't have been used by committee because there's no budget to amend yet. It actually was intended to be a business case that we be prepared for the budget process. So, I mean, we can go through, I'm happy to cede the chair and go through the formal amendment process, but if colleagues all agree, the clerk says, given there technically is no budget to amend yet, and we can't bind council to a budget that doesn't exist yet, that it really is the business case should be the language there. So if no one objects, we're going to change it to that, and I'm just going to outline what that means and what the intent was, just so it's clear. The intent here is that council is not locked into this. What we're deciding is we will have a business case that will actually explain how this would work if it was applied to the tax levy. When I table a budget, I will decide which business cases, this and many others, will go in the budget. At that point, council will have the full right for any part of the budget to amend, to remove, to add in, anything they'd like to see. And so there is no decided matter of council associated with this if the language is business case, which was the original intent. The only thing that is decided is that you're going to get a business case that tells you what this would look like in those 2 years. And then I will decide whether or not it goes into the tabled budget. You will get the opportunity to amend it 10 different ways, if you like, through the budget process without any restrictions whatsoever. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I just want to know if anybody objects to the word business case just being put in, or if not, I'll cede the chair and make a formal amendment. Yes, Councillor Trossau?
Could I make a point of order first?
Sure.
Because I did submit, in time for the added agenda, circulated to the public, circulated to the press, circulated very widely, an amendment, and here we are getting something, and I'm not necessarily objecting to what you're saying, but in terms of the order, I do believe that the amendment that I filed with ample advance notice through the process should be loaded into eScribe and dealt with first. And I want to explore through some questions, which I'll reserve, whether there's a substantive difference between the amendment that I circulated and what you're saying. I'm a little confused about it. I'd like that clarified, but I do think that the amendment that was circulated by Councillor Frank and myself should be given the ability to be recognized in this discussion, and it was filed first. So I don't know what that means. Mayor supersedes councillors, first in time supersedes next in time. I don't know. What's the protocol here?
So, Councillor, I'm not superseding you. Just like with Planning Committee, when there is an error in the language that comes to council, we go through amendments to change it. The words budget amendment never should have been in there because there's no budget to amend. So I'm not getting ahead of you. I'm just saying the language has to be fixed at council because we can't actually pass this because it shouldn't have said that. There's no budget to amend, so we can't say budget amendment. Business case was the intention. That's I'm changing. You have every right after I make that change to amend this as per the way that you wanted to, and we can have that debate. And you can ask questions about it, and you can do all that. So is that okay?
Yes, I would concur with what you just said.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, well then, I don't see any objections to it's just saying business case at this point. So that's how it's going to be. And now I can go to you and you can make your amendment because you did submit and circulate, and we really appreciate you submitting something in advance.
Yes, and it's a short amendment. I mean, there's a preamble that goes on for a few paragraphs, but it's a short amendment, and I would request that be loaded into eScribe so people can see it. Okay, so.
Hold on, Councillor. I'm gonna read your amendment because I have to actually rule on it too. So, Councillor, I'm going to give you some advice based on the clerk's advice. Your amendment is contrary to the item that came out of committee, because the item coming out of committee was specifically to gather information about tax levy mitigation. You're looking to have it more broadly available without getting that information about the tax levy mitigation piece. So I would suggest if you want to do that, you can just defeat this amendment. It would not be allocated in any way. It would sit in the operating budget contingency reserve until the budget process because it wouldn't have been allocated anyway, and it would be there as a source of funding. So you don't actually have to amend it. Amending it would be contrary to what committee said, but if you defeated it, it would achieve the goals as you've outlined in your letter, that it's completely unallocated and no information is coming forward on how to use it whatsoever. So I would suggest you don't need to move an amendment. You need to speak against this piece, defeat it, and then don't support any alternate direction on it. It would sit in the operating budget contingency reserve until the budget process without anything attached to it or any direction associated with it. Counselor?
If I may just make a brief argument as to why I do not think it's contrary. It's different, and it's sort of, it includes a lesser included piece, but it doesn't preclude that piece. It just does not preclude that piece.
Point of order from the Deputy Mayor. Go ahead. Microphone.
The counselor is essentially challenging the chair's ruling and giving reasons for challenging the chair's ruling. A challenge of the chair is non-debatable. If he wants to challenge the chair's ruling, he needs to do so directly, and we need to go right to a vote without debate.
Yes, that's true. What I was doing was giving the counselor some leeway of explanation on how he could achieve his goals within the confines. The Deputy Mayor is correct. Councillor Trossau, I think you're about to suggest that you disagree with my ruling that it would be contrary. And so if you do that, you could simply just challenge the chair. We can have a vote. I will reemphasize, I think you can achieve what you're trying to achieve by defeating the committee's recommendation as well, because your motion doesn't actually, like your motion isn't going to create any sort of business case. It's just going to sit in the OBCR as an available source of funding, which is what would happen if we made no decision on this. So you can challenge my decision, but it is fundamentally different than what came through committee, in my opinion. The committee recommendation will generate a report with information. Your motion will simply have it sit there, which is the exact same as just defeating this motion.
Okay, I will not be challenging your decision because that's not going to move this discussion forward. So I'll wait until it's time for me to be able to speak to the substance of why I'm opposing the committee recommendation.
Yes, and if you'd like to do that now, that's exactly where we are now. So we have the committee's recommendation on the floor by Councillor Rahman. It says business case, and if you'd like to defeat this, you could speak against it at this moment. And I will start your time on the debate on this, okay? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I've given this matter a lot of thought since the time of the committee, and I've done some pretty broad consultation. I did consult with people in my ward quite a bit, and I did consult with a lot of people on social media. I made it a point to make myself available to the media, and basically the sense that I'm getting, and this includes some of the added agenda items, some of the added agenda letters, and other letters that did not come in but came out individually, is there is a lot of support in the community for the idea of allowing the Budget Committee to have the discretion to make a decision about how to spend, invest this extraordinary large surplus. And just to be clear, I'm only talking about Part 3. I'm only talking about the 16.9 million, and none of this goes to the first two parts. My feeling is this budget surplus gives the Budget Committee and City Council an extraordinary and unusual opportunity to make some very needed changes in the programs and services that we're offering in this community. And I think if we were in a situation where everything is fine, we wouldn't have to do that. But we're hearing from so many different people that we have a serious crisis in terms of homeless services. And you know, when you look in the staff report, when you look at Appendix A, you see that there were so many program areas that were carrying very large surpluses. And I don't think it was through any fault of theirs. I thought the staff did a good job explaining why we have this large surplus at this point. However, and I'm not going to make the generalization that it should just all be sent back to the program area. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that I want it for A, B, C, or D. What I'm saying now is I would like to give the Budget Committee, and this money can sit in a reserve fund until the Budget Committee makes this determination. What I'm saying is the Budget Committee should be able to have the discretion to do, and I want to stress, one-time programs, one-time programs, or programs of very short and limited duration. It's understood that we can't just go adding money to the program budget because that gets picked up in subsequent budgets. So this would be very limited, and I think a lot of thought needs to be given to this. I've been asked if I could give some examples of what would be a potential one-time or limited or non-recurring cost. There is a unit cost every time we want to set up a warming center for an evening. And we'll be getting a report very soon telling us what that is. There is a unit cost every time code enforcement does a special Saturday visit to a meeting. And I was told that's approximately $15,000, but that's very rough. These are additional items that are within the program areas that have carried the surplus that I think would be beneficial to the community. Now, there's also the whole question of the arts. It would be within the ability of the committee to put some funds back into a grant program or to target something. And I don't want to start workshopping this at council and say this is what we should do with the money. I'm just giving some examples. But I think I want the budget committee, when it does its deliberation about how to spend this $16.9 million, to be able to have the options of listening to the public and not having things ruled out. And this, by the way, does include some element, if the budget committee so sees fit to do it, it would include tax mitigation relief. Might be that the budget committee says, let's spend half of this on tax mitigation and half of it on these program areas. But I don't want to make that decision today, and I don't want to do anything at this council table that will preclude that flexibility later on. So this is all about flexibility. And by the way, the budget committee is the full council. So it's not like it's just one committee. I want this flexibility, and I want it to be broad, and I want it to be understood that there's certain parameters to it as broad as it is, but I don't want to create a situation where one use of it is privileged over the other one. I want the budget
30 seconds.
I want the budget committee to be able to go into this deliberation with an open mind and have participation from the public. I don't think it's fair to call this a spending spree, because this budget surplus, it's derived from expenditures that we've already made. So I don't think it's really fair to call it a spending spree, and I don't think it's a free-for-all. So I think in the interest of broad public participation, I would like to see the budget committee to have as much discretion as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I know.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we can't have a discussion about how to apply this as tax relief at Budget Committee if we don't get a business case. So I strongly encourage colleagues to support what came out of committee. Now, I'm also going to shift gears here a little bit because we referred some communications that we received to this item. So, Your Worship, through you, I'm going to take the opportunity to direct a couple of questions towards staff, because I think that there were some inaccurate statements made in communications we received from some advocates in the community. So a number of letters, all related to member organizations of Pillar, referred to repeated funding cuts and the London Communities Grant. And in fact, through you, Your Worship, can I ask that staff indicate whether in fact during this multi-year budget cycle, the London Community Grants has been cut repeatedly or once?
Ms. Smith? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, and through Your Worship, there was an adjustment last year to the annual community grant funds, and it was moved from $500,000 to $250,000, but the rest has remained the same for many, many, many years.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Smith, you may want to just keep standing because I'm going to send a couple more your way. So there's the first inaccuracy. There hasn't been repeated cuts here. But it also referred to the fact that the reduction has strained operating capacity. And through you, Chair, is my understanding that under the policies for the London Community Grants Innovation Capital Stream, the applicants are not actually eligible to apply for funding for ongoing operating capacity, that it is actually for one-time and new programs and/or capital investments. So through you, if I can ask if Ms. Smith can confirm that operating capacity would not be able to be strained by a reduction in London Community Grants because it's not applicable for operating capacity.
Yes, and Ms. Smith, you're welcome to sit down between questions because I may not let the question get to you. I get to direct them. So, but this one is for you and you can go ahead and answer.
Thank you, and through your worship, the annual grant for innovation capital and grassroots funding is not for ongoing operational funds. The innovation part is for one-time new collaborative initiatives. The capital is for one-time capital initiatives that fall into the funding, and the grassroots funding can be more than 1 year, but it is for small startup funding for new and promising initiatives.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I actually won't be directing any more questions to Ms. Smith, so just so you know. So I think that that's really important to highlight. Because when I talk about spending spree, I'm not talking about this council. I'm talking about community agencies that are already trying to line up and start asking for money, which in fact, while the not-for-profit sector may have some challenges, is not a creation of municipal policy. It is in fact an impact of the general economy, of arguably some federal and provincial policies. However, a one reduction to one grant that was for one-time funding for capital or innovation is not creating strained operating capacity. That narrative is just not accurate. Now, I do have one additional question through staff, but I don't think this one's going to Ms. Smith. Through the audit committee, we've had an audit of the neighborhood decision-making program, and in fact, our auditors flagged that as a program with some risk involved in it, and that has been suspended. Can a member of our finance team or an appropriate member of our staff indicate whether the London Community Grants program, we've asked staff to report back on some recommended changes, but have our auditors taken a look at the risk involved in this program?
Okay, so I'm going to allow this one. You're starting to drift a little bit, but there was a letter specifically about the community grants, so I'll let staff answer this one, but I'll ask you to kind of keep it back tight to the motion before us.
Thank you, through your worship. So what I can confirm is that this item has been added per the council resolution to the internal audit plan that was presented and approved by council on March 4th. So that audit is actually in progress and will be coming forward to one of the future audit committees.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I am going to come back to the main thing. That was just in reference to, we're already getting inaccurate information being submitted by advocates on how they want us to spend this money. We know that we actually have some programs within the city. We've asked some boards and commissions to come back with reductions. I know transit's on everybody's mind lately, especially with the news coming out of Fanshawe. This may be an opportunity to perhaps still get our tax rate down without transit necessarily finding the full 1.5% reduction that might have been necessary. I'm not looking to put any other sort of business case forward, though, because here's what I think is really important to this. At the end of the day, this surplus belongs to all the taxpayers of London. It doesn't belong to the not-for-profit sector. It doesn't belong to businesses. It doesn't belong to homeowners. It belongs to everyone. And we all know and acknowledge that taxpayers have had 2 years of significant increases and could really benefit from some relief. You know what tax relief on property taxes does? Not only does it benefit homeowners and leave a couple $100 perhaps more in their pocket every year, but it actually benefits not-for-profits who have to lease property. Because you know what landlords do when property taxes go up? They roll that property tax increase into the increasing costs of rent. So for those organizations who perhaps are saying we need a little help, we know property tax relief does, makes less pressure on your landlord to raise your rent too.
30 seconds.
So strongly encourage colleagues to support this. People need relief. And at the end of the day, those people who want to see investments made in other programs can take their $200, $300, whatever they've saved on their property tax bill, and they can direct it to whatever charity of choice they have. They can direct it to the Friends of the Library Foundation. They can direct it to Museum London. They can direct it to Arcade, but it's their choice. Let's put the money back in their pockets and let them decide whether they need it at home or whether they want to direct it to community good.
Time's up. I have Councillor Ferreira next.
Thanks, Mayor. So looking at this motion, you know, I have two kind of on each shoulder individuals telling me things. The one on the right is saying property tax mitigation, depress the property tax, how much I'm paying. Great. I love that. But the one on the left is also quite loud, and it's telling me, you know, playing devil's advocate, what are the other issues? And the first thing that kind of comes to my mind is looking into the future, and that is into the next council term. And I have concerns because that property tax mitigation, that depressing of the property tax rate, while it will help us for the next 2 years, I'm worried about what potential impacts we see on the property tax rate in the next term. Because from what I understand, the operating costs, the operating expenditures will still be there. So I'm worried about how much increase we'll see on the next term. That would be both with the base budget, which we saw a pretty large base budget in the multi-year budget. When we first had this discussion, I think it was like 5.4%. And with any other new items or business cases that we're adding on top of that. So the first thing, I guess, I want to go to staff, to maybe the city treasurer, if you don't mind, and just tell me, with respect to the operating expenditures that we're going to be seeing, this property tax mitigation for the next 2 years, would that potentially lead us to, without, if we weren't to make any adjustments on the next multi-year budget, would that leave us with a higher property tax rate increase to catch up with the buffering that we'll see for these 2 years?
Thank you, through your worship. So essentially, all things being equal, when you have a one-time reduction, when you remove the one-time reduction, it goes up by the amount of the reduction equally. Certainly, through 2028, when we bring forward the next multi-year budget, that is going to be driven by the new council and the new strategic plan. So it's a little bit challenging to know specifically based on what that direction is going to be, exactly what that's going to be in terms of an impact. Certainly, all things being equal, if it comes out, then it will go up by an equal amount when that one-time amount is removed. One of the things that we will certainly discuss as part of the next budget committee is the work that civic administration continues to do to look at right-sizing opportunities and to continue to look at the mayor's direction and council's direction to reduce the budget on a permanent basis. So that work continues. We will have an update that'll come forward on the May 22nd budget, but certainly that could cause a pressure, but we will have likely a bit of a reset in terms of what the new initiatives are that will be outlined in council strategic plan, the civic administration. There may be more, there may be less. It'll all depend on what that strategic plan is ultimately approved by council.
That's fair. See, I usually find myself, and here's an anecdote, I find myself in positions where my past self has made decisions, where my present self is always like, why did you make that decision? And I'm worried that we are going to find ourselves, those of us who will be at council in the next term, we're going to be debating ourselves. We're going to be in conflict with ourselves of the decision today if we do that. And that's what I'm truly worried about. I know we got some big items. I have some big items that are going to be coming for the next term that are going to have some significant expenses, and I'm worried about the potential, 1.5% property tax rate increase there just from this decision on how that will impact our decisions moving in the future. That's a big concern for me. And the way this is set, this may just put us into that. Now, I'm not saying no to property tax mitigation. I am saying that there are other opportunities as well that we should also consider. Procedurally speaking, when I saw the motion from Councillor Trosso and Councillor Frank, I thought that opened up options, but learning here, I didn't catch the point that maybe we need something to be tied into the business case. So I see that's kind of what the conversation was about here. We have to have property tax levy mitigation for 2026, 2027 tied into the money. So we have that conversation at the budget update. And I do want to have the conversation at the budget update. I'm just worried that when we have a business case that will specifically say that this is for property tax levy mitigation, the concrete is setting at that point. And I'm worried that we're going to be locking ourselves in, and we don't know what's going to come up, what's going to arise from now until the next budget update. Like, I do know, and I'm not going to say what the items are, but there have been items that have come up to this council recently in the last week, in the last couple of weeks, that are extra expenses that we're going to have to cover or find our way around. And that's not including initiatives that we've heard council speak to already. I I would like to keep it as open as possible. And I guess, just to confirm, like, we need to have something in the business case. We can't just hold that money in the operating budget contingency reserve. The business case does have to have an item for that, just to confirm that. Did I hear that correctly?
Sorry, if you vote this down, it would be unallocated. Unallocated dollars would stay, my understanding is, in the operating budget contingency reserve without any sort of direction or information on how to use it, so it would be available in the future. Yeah.
Potentially at a budget.
And if you do have stuff, like, you can still amend the budget in any way as well. So even if there are business cases.
Okay. So I will, like, I appreciate the work that the deputy mayor and the mayor has brought. You know, when I saw it, I was like, you know, I like this because, you know, I don't want to pay as much property tax as the rest of London. But at the same time, just kind of putting a council hat on, just thinking into the future, and I'm clearly just looking out into the future. I do find some concerns, and you know, I don't want to lock or tie my hands or tie council's hands for that future discussion. So I am going to be voting it down for now. And regardless of how this goes, I'm sure there will be more discussion and debate to be had at the budget update when this comes. So that's just my concerns. That's just kind of where I stand right now.
Okay, I have Councillor Hopkins next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was really on the fence on this one at committee and very supportive of the 16.3 million going into reserves and the 25 million in debt. The 16.9 million, though, as it relates to tax levy mitigation, was something that I wasn't sure of, and I felt like we were maybe putting ourselves into a corner a little bit. So I want to thank the public. Boy, I was surprised at the information that I received from my community on where this money should be spent. And I appreciate the slight change in the wording from budget amendment to business case, but we sort of know where this is going to go if it is supported. And I know we can bring forward amendments as well when we see the business case. But I do like the opportunity of being a little bit more flexible. We've got many issues. I've heard from residents, their concerns as well. And I've heard from them saying, you know, let's have let's keep it open. So with that, I won't be supporting 3. And if it does not move forward, I'll be supporting a motion as well, coming from the other councillors.
I put myself on the list, so I'll hand over the chair to the deputy mayor.
I will take the chair, and I recognize Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I'm going to just say a few words on this. So first, on the part of the motion that I don't think there's any much disagreement on, the 16.6 million put in the operating budget contingency reserve to offset statutory DCs that were required to pay for the province. We still continue to have engagements with the province. They brought forward additional legislation. That lobbying effort continues with our staff and other mayors who are facing the same sort of situation by having to set aside money for statutory DC exemptions and backfill the DC fund. So we have to do that, and I appreciate that colleagues are supportive of that. I'm also very appreciative of colleagues supporting generally the 25.3 million for debt reduction. As you know, that 25.3 million is likely to generate about 3 million in avoided debt servicing payments through principal and interest, which, to Councillor Ferreira's point, worrying about the future, if you pay down debt, you're actually solving the problem a little bit already to find those savings down the road because there's less principal and interest payments to actually catch up on. And I would say too, on the part about 16.9 million to be retained with a business case for tax mitigation, as I said at the start of the meeting, this is a business case. So how this works is a business case generates information. That business case will basically say, here's how it would work if it were spread over these 2 years. Here's how much the percentage would drop. Here's how it would be allocated over that time period. Then I would have the decision of whether or not to take this business case and all the others and decide which ones go into the tabled budget. At which point you will have the full variety of business cases, whether they were included or not, to then make amendments or decisions on with information, and you can adjust them in any way that you'd like, because it's just information, the business cases. You have the right to amend the budget under the timeframes that the legislation allows. What we have the option to do with a couple of years of runway, knowing we're paying down debt, is we're still engaged in a robust service review process over the next couple of years. So we could make sure that a little bit of that service review process goes to slowly backfilling some of the challenge that we might have in 2028 related to this. But as the Treasurer mentioned, the 2028 multi-year budget is going to be a function of that Council's strategic priorities, of which we do not know if they will want to have many more strategic priorities or less at this point. It will be driven a lot, just like our budget was, driven a lot by those priorities in that strategic plan. But there are measures we can take over the next couple of years to slowly prepare to backfill that, as well as the other piece, because there was another piece in there previously with money from the Community Investment Reserve Fund, which was used over a time period that also has to be accounted for. So this is an option we have. It gets information. You still have the right to amend the budget later. I'm encouraging colleagues to support this. It allows us to see exactly what it is. It still reserves your right on the budget to amend it in any way that you would like in the future.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. I'll return the chair to you. I don't have any other speakers on the list at this time.
Okay, it sounds to me like people want 3 separated out. So that's, sorry, it's IV3. Sarah's. Oh, sorry, Councillor. You want to speak? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, and I just have a question, even though the mayor, I think you answered it, but I just want to make, when we get to the fall and the change, there's a big change for me. I wasn't ready to support it, but based on the business case, I believe I will be now. But I just want a clarification from you. You did say that in the fall, we'll be able to make the amendments to the business cases. So therefore, and I think I have a different view than some of my colleagues, but for example, for me, will be, for example, if there's an opportunity for economic growth and we don't have the funds in our reserve funds, this. So just to clarify, if there would be such a case, based on what you just finished saying, there will be the opportunity for me to come forward and to put such case forward in the fall.
There may be, Councillor, there may be business cases that have sources of funding that are generated through the regular process of the budget that you want to reallocate other areas for. So you have the ability to do that, just like we've done in the previous multi-year budgets. So yes, business cases are information. They get put in or not in the tabled budget. As we know previously, there are some things that were not in the tabled budget that then colleagues used the business case to add information to put it back in. There are other things that was put in the tabled budget that they then took out. There were some business cases where the money was adjusted. It was $1 million, it was reduced to 500,000, let's say. All of those things are still options available to council. There's no decided matter of council on these matters if we pass this today. So yes, you can do all of those things, and you can do it in many different ways.
So thank you for the clarification. I will be supporting what's in front of us because that answered my question. And again, going back to what I said a few times before, I really believe that to the best of maximize our opportunities, I still believe that if we didn't have the policy, it would be the best. And on an annual basis, we would make such suggestions, such recommendations. I do understand that everyone wants to be responsible, and I'm not worried that none of us would want to pay off the debt. But I really truly believe that for us, for future council, if there was no policy, we wouldn't even have to start with notwithstanding the policy. I'm not going to bring it this time. I will still bring it probably before the end of the year. But for now, what the mayor responded, I will be supporting what's in front of us. Thank you.
Okay, and I've got, go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I apologize, Mayor. I know you want to get going on this, but I have to speak out about this. You know, at committee, I highlighted my concerns, you know, with taxpayers facing high prices through inflation. But what have we seen, though, in the last, you know, couple of months, I think we've seen bigger, darker clouds, economic clouds coming on the horizon. Canada's unemployment rate is rising due to, tariff actions by our southern neighbor and other factors. We've seen it not only nationally, but locally. Property taxes are a regressive tax. Whether your income goes up or down, or whether you have a job or not, you're still required to pay it. I think it's important right now that Londoners hear that this council is aware of these economic challenges that we could be facing. I'm hoping that the waters smooth out as the tariffs be dealt with our new administration in Ottawa. But that's yet to be seen. We're not making any decisions here tonight. What we are doing is indicating what we will be talking about during our budget deliberations later this year. But I think it's important right now for council to give this message to Londoners that we're aware of the potential challenges financially to households that they'll be facing now and could be facing down the road. So I fully support this. I'm glad to see that for the most part we're on a financially prudent plan that we're pretty much in concert with. It's just how are we going to handle the surplus with increased service enhancements or a return of monies back to taxpayers. So I think it's a healthy debate, and I think it's important to put out in front of us now for those discussions ahead.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers list. So what we're going to do is we're going to vote on the tax levy mitigation business case first, and only that, and then we can vote on, sounds like we can vote on everything else together. Okay? So Councillor Rahman's the committee chair and will move. It's just the piece, part A, IV3, which is basically the piece about the tax mitigation business case. So I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-3.
Okay, and on the rest of the items, which is everything else contained within this report, Councillor Rahman, as the chair, will move, and we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, and then Councillor Rahman, I think that's the 8th report, but you have a 9th added report from yesterday, so I'll let you present that.
Thank you. I'm presenting the 9th special meeting of the Infrastructure and Corporate Services report. This was a special meeting, so we dealt with the spring 2025 debenture issuance update, and I'm looking to move the entire report.
Okay, so that entire report is on the floor unless, well, there's only 2 items, the disclosures and the 1 item, so the whole report is on the floor. Any discussion on that report? No? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. I might also have you report progress, just progress. It's very simple. It's progress on in-camera.
Thank you. I'm happy to report that progress was made on the items we went in camera for.
Okay, that's all of the added reports. Deferred matters, we have none. Inquiries, I don't see anybody who flagged one for me. Okay. Emergent motions, we have none. Bylaws, we're going to divide up bylaws based on what people submitted and some of the votes today. I'll tell you how we're going to do that in 1 second. Okay, here's how we're going to do it. we're going to first do the one that Councillor Van Meerbergen declared a pecuniary interest on. That'll be the first bylaw. That's Bill 156. Then we're going to do the one that Councillor Stevenson pulled to vote no from CPSC. Then we're going to do the police diversity plan. Then we're going to do the one that Councillor Hopkins wanted to vote no on from Planning Committee, the Campbell Road one. Then we'll do everything else. Does that sound good with everybody? Okay, all right. So we're going to start with the one that Councillor Van Meerbergen declared a pecuniary on. I'm going to ask the same mover and seconder for all of them, just to keep it going along. I have Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Cuddy for this one. This is first reading. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0 with one recused.
And same mover and seconder for second reading. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0 with one recused.
And same mover and seconder, third and final reading. I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0 with one recused.
Okay, the next one is Bill 157. This is the Ontario Renovates Home Repair Loan one. So mover and seconder, I'll look for, right, Councillor Cuddy and Councillor Pribble. This is first reading. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
All right, second reading, any discussion? Same mover and seconder? Seeing none, we'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Third and final reading, same mover and seconder. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
The next is the Municipal Diversity Plan for Appointments to the London Police Services Board. I'll look for a mover and a seconder for that one. Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Van Meerbergen. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
All right, second reading, same mover and seconder. Any discussion on second reading? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
And third and final reading on this, we'll open that for voting.
Carried 14-1.
All right, the next is 179, which is the Campbell Street property. So we'll look for a mover and a seconder for that. Deputy Mayor Lewis, Councillor Stevenson. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
All right, second reading, same mover and a seconder. Any debate? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Third and final reading, same mover and seconder. We'll open third reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
And now everything that's left. Mover, Councillor McAllister, seconder, Councillor Hopkins. We'll open first reading of everything remaining for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
All right, second reading of all of the remaining bills. Any debate on second reading? Same mover and seconder. Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries, 15-0.
Third and final reading of the remaining items. We'll open third reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
All right, that concludes bylaws. So all that's left is a motion to adjourn. Pardon? We did report out. Thanks for checking though. Motion to adjourn. Sometimes I miss things, so I appreciate it. Councillor Van Meerbergen and Councillor Ferreira moved and seconded motion to adjourn. All those in favor by hand.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. We're adjourned.